We are live here tonight on American Zombie. I'd like to say what's up to everybody. This is the alcohol and possession live stream. Basically dealing with, does alcohol possess people? Does it open a door to something else? Does it unlock some type of thing from the subconscious that makes people act in a different way due to some sort of other influence or releasing some influence within the person? As the I put on the thumbnail was to express how within these bottles of spirits, liquors, and wines might possess something that brings out something from within. Maybe the bottle contains something, maybe you contain something. But one thing that I've noticed with alcohol is that it's everywhere, all throughout society. Any event that happens, alcohol will be there, especially at nighttime. You look at any type of sporting event, they walk around selling beer. You look at nightclubs, anything at night, dinner, if somebody's going out to dinner, they have alcohol there. The alcohol in movies is just off the handle. What I've noticed was in movies like the majority of them actually, if you look at, like, let's just take iRobot for instance, when the robot attacks Will Smith and almost ends him, he escapes and goes to the female scientist's house. First thing he does is walk in and get a drink of alcohol. So in a stressful situation, they're subliminally training people to go to alcohol. Richard, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, man, alcohol is everywhere we look. But the funny thing is, when you compare alcohol, which is a drug, to other drugs, it's separated. It's exonerated of any crime. If somebody does something on alcohol, they say drive responsibly or drink responsibly. It's never saying the alcohol is a problem. But if it's drugs, they say they have to get those drugs off the street. Never blaming the person in that instance. And when you think about that, the separation of it, yeah, just to notice that the drugs and alcohol, yeah, always it is weird. It's saying, why is it that it gets a special classification away from drugs when we see what it does to people? You look at people who are outside of liquor stores, sitting on the side, strung out, asking people for assistance to get more of the drug, basically alcohol. But that's not a problem. They never talk about that as being a problem. It's promoted everywhere, even though we see what happens with drunk driving, we see what happens with addiction, and we see what happens with what it does to the physical body. Cirrhosis of the liver, in my opinion, even though it does have medical literature on that anybody could read up, the certain ailments that it could cause by drinking too much. And yeah, they will separate alcohol, and it has more detrimental effects than many other illicit drugs. And this, when I think about it, is part of the way that society can be ruled with such ease. It's easier to rule a nation of drunks than it is sober thinking people. So we will see that. And when you look at it, what was it? Bread and circuses? Give them bread and circuses, and you'll always you'll never have a rebellion. Good to see you, Calix. Yeah, man. It just yeah, the hangover, and they had a poll, I think it was a couple of years ago, in the states that had legalized cannabis. They said alcohol consumption actually dropped. I think there was another study that was saying something about pharmaceutical use of painkillers had dropped by, I think, a little over 10% in elderly people, I think over 50 or something like that, or 60, because they saw that in their instance that the cannabis relieved whatever ailment they have, pain or so forth, without the side effects that comes with it. And alcohol, when we look at it, has a lot of side effects that's not seen right away. One, of course, is the hangover. When we would drink, when I was in the military, I noticed that it was like sometimes if you drank a lot, you needed a good portion of the next day to recover. And I remember people used to always say, to get over a hangover, have another beer. That sounds like a super inflated addiction type of thing. So in other words, it's giving you a side effect. And if you drink more or consume more of the drug, then it actually it mitigates the side effect. It lessens it. And so that right there, let's compare that to the documentary Supersize Me, when the guy Morgan Spurlock, I think he made that. I think he passed, actually. That's sad. But he made the documentary Supersize Me, trying to claim that eating fast food, especially McDonald's in particular, was detrimental to your health. So the deal was that he had to eat McDonald's for 30 days, 3 meals a day, and nothing but McDonald's. And I think it was after the third or fourth day, possibly the fifth, that he went to get his evening meal. He would eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner at McDonald's. And it was called Supersize Me because anytime the person would ask if you want the meal supersized, he would have to say yes. So he couldn't ask for a supersized meal, but he was showing that this whole thing about, hey, would you like it supersized? Okay, he has to do that. That's part of the experiment. And in a few days, he happened to get to the window of the McDonald's drive-thru a little late. And he said he was experiencing headache-like symptoms, was feeling very odd. And when he looked into it, they were saying that there were some chemicals in there that if you were eating it for a certain amount of days, that you would get these side effects if you didn't eat it on the regular basis, on a regular time, from what I remember in the documentary. So now that chemical or whatever it is they're putting in there that causes that type of side effect, unless you eat more of the food at the required time to feel better, to lessen the side effects, is similar to the alcohol. Like when we know that if somebody has a hangover, they say the next day, well, you should drink a beer if it's really bad, and that will relieve it. So in other words, that's a very similar effect that we're seeing with the fast food withdrawal compared to the alcohol withdrawal. I've seen people that have had 8 DWIs, 8, and have the most they went away for was, I think, like 2 years. And then, of course, there are people that have had DWIs, or I think this was a DUI, DWIs that they have ended people. One guy, he was driving on the highway and he was drunk and he crossed the divider and had a head-on collision with a woman who was not drunk, and it ended her. And I think they gave him 5 to 15 years. Now, that person could get out in 5, maybe even less. And that's basically, he ended somebody, and he was drunk behind the wheel. So when I look at that, I say to myself, man, this is not good. This is not good. What does somebody say when they get too drunk and they act a fool and then people tell them about it the next day. They say, I don't know what got into me. So is that the door to possession? They say, I wasn't acting like myself. So I don't know what got into me. I wasn't acting like myself. Could it be that something else, it opens the door to allow something else to either possess the body or make the person act in a way that they can almost get what's called like a drunken amnesia. People would black out. People say blackout drunk. There's a reason. Yes, they call it spirits because of the distillation going into the vapor and then condensating and creating a more potent form. And who knows what this does? Everybody that drinks, I've drank many times before. I don't drink anymore. Never really had a problem with it because I never had a taste for it. I was one of those people where beer tasted kind of, you had to get over the first beer. But some people are really, really, it affects them a lot. Some people are more susceptible to alcohol genetically. Tasha, good to see you. And some people enter psychosis. It's really a serious problem that's overlooked, and it's the silent problem. We've seen that women have said that they've had sexual encounters with men that they wouldn't have had sexual encounters with had they not be drunk. I think it was 50%. Women said 50% of the people that they've slept with, they wouldn't have slept with if they weren't on alcohol. And not that they regretted it to a point, some do, but they're like, that was the only reason. That was the only reason. And alcohol affects women more than affects men, according to body weight and other things. Also, like we know about the succubus and stuff like that. We've talked about those theories on here. But alcohol involved. The bartender, I had made an AI video. I put together some artwork and then I had it animated. So I created the artwork, edited it to what, like I'm going to make a video of it eventually in shorts of what the bartender would look like if you had the glasses from like They Live and you could see through the illusion. And this is a couple sitting at a bar with the bartender. It's only an 8-second clip.
What a lovely couple.
And it's like when I see, at clubs, at bars, at restaurants, people drinking, this is what I see. When I see people going to pick up people at bars, this is what I see.
Do you come here often?
And sometimes guys, especially too, they will go home with someone. They call it what? The beer goggles, that you'll look through it through the inebriation of alcohol and end up going home with someone or something possessed. Who knows? And I say that with like a lot of leeway to say, okay, there's interpretation. Yeah, THC, something? I've heard of THC getting people off of hard drugs, cannabis helping people with addictions. If people have a choice, they're saying a lot of the youth in certain states where cannabis is legal are not using alcohol as much because they have a different choice. Yeah, 2, can become a 7, a 1, a -2. You got guys when they sleep with certain people. I mean, sometimes there was a thing where they used to say that sometimes that would be a strategy for certain women and men, is to have the person get drunk and then shoot their shot. Or there were instances where people would stand outside of bars at closing time and basically stalk women that were coming out. These are documented cases. And one girl, I think, woke up in the middle of one of these excursions, ran out of the hotel, and went to the police and said, "Look, this is what happened." So that's how inebriated she was, to where these guys were able to take advantage of her. And she woke up in the middle of that, but she was on alcohol. It wouldn't have happened if she didn't engage in that. This is a clip that I made of, and I'll make a video of it eventually, narrate behind it, just seeing how it looks on screen, of a guy that has already been possessed by the spirit of alcohol, and we can see the action.
Ah, the sweet aroma of chaos.
These are just a couple of things I was experimenting with the new technology that's out there. That's going to be taking, it's going to be taking everybody over. You can imagine with somebody who's 15 or 20, what it's going to be like in 5 years or even 10 years. So imagine a 25-year-old in 10 years with the advent of AI right now. Tony Snow, brother man, thank you for the support, bro. He says people used to sell liquor like dope in this country before 1933. It should still be viewed as being on dope. Congrats to being monetized, man. 100%. Thank you. Thank you, Tony Snow, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just recently got monetized yesterday. It was beautiful, man. I was like, wow, I'm gonna stay within the guidelines, make sure everything's cool. And thank you for supporting, brother. I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, we're back on. We also have the links in the chat. If anybody, we have PayPal, Cash App, and we also have the Super Chat, which is very prominent here. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? Richard said he's 26. Yeah. And I can understand not looking forward to it. With digital ID and stuff like that I hear, I don't know when that's going to be implemented, but it seems more like a when instead of an if. Because that seems to be like something that can be used as a social credit score. And we do see that now already. We see a type of social credit score on censorship and stuff like that on sites. Facebook was they had a big thing about that during the excursion that happened back in 2020, 2019, for the few years that it was like almost a witch hunt to get people to take this thing. I mean, when you have nurses that are dancing and doctors that are dancing and celebrities that are endorsing this, I mean, I would say it's a red flag for people to think. And yeah, there's nothing. I don't see anything that somebody could do to stop this. That this is just to the point. I mean, we are all, most of us, I would say, are very addicted to the internet drug. I remember many years ago, I forgot who it was that produced it, and he was calling TV the drug. I think it might have been, no, I don't think it was David Icke, but I think it was somebody else. And he said, imagine having a drug in your house that you could just turn on and turn off. And it's always there, sitting in the corner, the hypnotist in the corner of the room, the television set. And we've went over some of the words and things that television spell with secret words to see how it spells certain things. TV is one lie, television spells. Tone is evil. So we see that it does that as well. These are real. I haven't looked into the anagrams of alcohol. That's something I need to look into to see, does alcohol and possession, those three words, that phrase, maybe it can be respelled into something, or some other phrase that has alcohol, drugs and alcohol, alcohol at the bar. I'm gonna really look into that now that I was going into the doing this stream with the bottles that I created here, that look like possessed demons, for lack of a better word, or emotions trapped in there that once drank creates basically a love affair with something that is detrimental. Yeah. So the alcohol and possession is something that I see everywhere. It's like the American zombie. We see the zombification through the food, the media, medical, political, religious, friends, family. And friends and family, food, alcohol, of course, will fall into the food category. They will look at it as normal. Look at events, family gatherings, barbecues, even just sitting down watching a movie. Sometimes people will say, well, yeah, at night I'll have a glass of wine or a beer, or sometimes something a little harder. The hard liquor, you have the hard drink, and then the soft drink, the soda. Funny enough, the soft drink might be just as detrimental. We've seen that with the soda. We've definitely seen that. It just, yeah. And of course, the political zombies. The political zombies have their rallies on both sides. Alcohol is there. The sports games. I've been trying to look into, I had showed this before. These are sports stadiums from the sky, and they look like an eye from the sky looking down. And we know in these stadiums, there's always alcohol. Matter of fact, it's pushed to a limit that's just ridiculous. People have gotten into fights. People have gotten ended. In Europe, they've had people banned from certain stadiums from behavior that they've exhibited during previous encounters. The alcohol is everywhere. It really is everywhere. It just, but yeah, you do get a cheeseburger and fries. You definitely get fries with that. It just, yeah, when I look at the future, if we project into the future, say 5 years, it's 2030. Matter of fact, in 4 years, we're already hitting 2026 in less than a month. Years seem like they're just going much quicker right now. Years going quicker. The thing with alcohol that I noticed is, and even myself, I would think, okay, maybe a drink or two is innocent enough. But some people, like I said, are much more susceptible to becoming an alcoholic. Now, there are studies that people can look up where they say that, and I have to find this again because I had it from many years ago. If I remember correctly, it was saying that people with blue eyes, so less melanin in the eye, lighter eye, not sure about, it's possibly green and blue too, because it goes from blue to gray to green as melanin increases in the eye. And there's two types of melanin that are there, pheomelanin and eumelanin. So that they're saying has a link to, one, macular degeneration, and two, susceptibility to alcohol addiction. And I have to find, like, I don't think they know exactly why, but these statistics will tell them that, yeah, there's something with this. These people that are highly addicted. I remember one of the guys on his fourth DUI, he had blue eyes, very striking blue eyes, and it was sad. He was extremely addicted to alcohol. He was on his fourth DUI. I think he had to go to certain rehab classes. I think he did a little bit of time in a county jail. And it was all because he couldn't control his alcohol. And then when he's on the alcohol, he might get behind the wheel of a motor vehicle. Now you're not just affecting yourself, you're affecting other people. There's been instances of people, of course, running into people, running into other cars. Wow, Calix said he's had 2 DUIs when he was like 22 or 23. Wow, that's a tough one, man. And I heard some places they come down really hard on that. Some places it can be really hard. In New York, when I talked to that guy that was on his 8th DUI, I couldn't believe it. I said, wait a minute, you have 8 DUIs. And I could see he had money. His parents were from Southampton, next to East Hampton, the Hamptons out on Long Island. A very expensive area. And the Hamptons have its ghetto too. Don't think that it doesn't. But he said that he had a good lawyer for his 7th DUI. And he got less time. I think he got like a year and a half or something for the 7th. And then he got his 8th. And that's the crazy thing. I think he did have it was like he lost his license and then he got it back. He got it back, man. And funny enough, now that I think about it, he had blue eyes. He blue eyes and blonde hair, like blondish red. I mean, it's sad because when you look at the UK, when I was there as a kid, and people have told me, people that are my relatives and stuff that are still in the UK, they've talked about how everywhere is a pub. They used to call them arms, according to Michael Tessarian. He was saying that it was called arms because I think they were brought in by the army. And anything at nighttime in the UK, if anybody's over in the UK right now listening, maybe they can confirm that the majority of anything at night is always going to the pub. Go to the pub. Let's hang out at the pub. I'll meet you at the pub. And the pub, of course, always has alcohol. When I was in Amsterdam, I noticed they did have that too, but they also had the coffee shops, which didn't have the alcohol all the time. And it was a much cooler vibe, even in some places with it. Because I remember being in one and they were playing, I forgot who sang the song, Give a Little Bit. Give a little bit of your love, I think something like that. And everybody was singing along. I was like, wow, they had a pool table. We're hanging out. And the whole bar and coffee shop started singing. And I was like, wow, this is a really nice vibe. But the alcohol was still there. It was all around the alcohol. Mark, good to see you, brother. Always, man. I just... Yeah, no, he did in California after the 3rd. Yeah, but in New York, I don't know how this guy, his parents, they were from Southampton, and I think it might have happened in New York City. And I don't know if they're more lenient, but he had money and probably also connections. And for the fact that the lawyer, I just was shocked at this. He said the lawyer got him less time for his 7th DU. No, matter of fact, he got more time for his 7th and less for his 8th. I don't remember it fully correctly. Just the fact that he was on his 8th DUI was shocking to me. Just the fact that I'm like, wow, usually you got some guys. Well, I guess it depends on the severity of it. Okay, yes, it's from Supertramp. Thank you, Woke. I appreciate. Oh man. Thank you. The track is from Supertramp. Yep, give a little bit. Yeah, man. Supertramp that was a good band, man. It just that music was really relaxing. The soft rock of the 70s, amazing. I have to admit that Logos Media, I think he does videos about the music. He says that a lot of it still is mental manipulation, but I think there are some songs from the soft rock ever or the light rock that are they're soothing. They're actually, some of them, they're actually positive, and in my view, a lot of them, of course, from all eras, the music is meant as a form of mind control. But there are some songs, yeah, Supertramp, the Logical song, that was, when you think about it, when you just think about the lyrics to that song, I think there was part of it where he was like, where they try to teach him to be to be presentable. There's a part in that song where he's the Logical song. It's actually a pretty funny song, the way he sings it in that style, and he's like, to be presentable. Again, all throughout that era, a lot of drugs. I've noticed that there's always a decade. Every decade, there's like people would say there's different drugs that are flooded throughout society, not just the ghetto neighborhoods, but throughout society in the whole. Like the 70s, I think, and the 60s were the heroin. They were saying people were claiming to be pushed all into the thing. And then the 80s, of course, into the early 90s was the crack epidemic. The late 90s to the 2000s, that was the pill epidemic that up until today, we see it like crazy. It's ridiculous. It's on another level. I mean, you don't know who, it's kind of like undercover pill stuff. And it's sad because I see people that I know who have gotten addicted to the pills through painkillers, from either getting injured or getting prescribed these drugs for some medical reason, and then they get hooked on it. It was like that too decades ago with Valium. A lot of people were getting it. Matter of fact, I think Valium caused less damage. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, but yeah. But one thing is for sure: in the middle of the heroin, the crack, the pills, and all of that, alcohol stayed like under the radar. It was always there. To me, it's like the gateway drug. And I'm not trying to be harsh on alcohol. I'm just being realistic. I'm describing it. I'm not saying I'll never drink alcohol again. I haven't drank it in a long time. I just had my fill of it. And also the hangover thing, man. The hangover thing with alcohol is tough. That was something that kind of made it easy for me not to mess with it, because I remember, man, there's like adventures that would happen at night, especially if you're a soldier or something, you're going out with the guys and it just, everybody's getting drunk. Who knows, man? It's like, sometimes some guys don't come back. There's been many instances with people that have ended up getting ended themselves, getting accidentally ended the car. Usually they would have things with the drunk driver, crashes, other people in the car that are not drunk pass, and then the drunk driver is usually the one that survives. There's many instances of that. Many instances. It's just it's really something, man, when I think about it. It's really something. Alcohol and possession. So I don't know what got into me. I wasn't acting like myself. I wonder what other type of phrases like that can be attributed to something that's possibly that could be sound like possession. I don't know what got into me. Sounds like, yeah, the alcohol, that definitely got into you, but then also other things as well. Maybe it opens the door. Drugs, I see, do this too. You see people, what was it, the bath salts? People were just going straight Manson on that. And then the methamphetamine epidemic throughout the Midwest. When I was in Fort Hood, Texas, even back then it was ridiculous. I mean, it's sad. It's really sad. My friend went to Missoula, Montana, and he was saying, man, this was, I think, in the early 2000s, and he said there were billboards for meth, like to get help if you were on meth. That's how bad it was. He goes, towns were like ghost towns. I think Missoula in particular. He said it was like very much riddled. Mark said the PCP era made a few. Yeah, yeah. I think it was before my time, but I think in the 70s they used to call it Love Boat. So they used to call it Love Boat, and that was, I guess, I don't know if it's PCP. I don't know if that's the same exact thing, because Angel Dust is what it was called too. I think that's what it was. I don't know if that's the same exact drug. I have to look that up. But that eventually was called the wet or leaks, because they were pouring, from what I've heard, is that it's embalming fluid poured on either cigarette tobacco or mint leaves or something. Man, when I think about what people do to get high, it's crazy. Even like the guys who were sniffing the paint, the rag that they'd have in the back of their pocket, doused with some paint thinner or something, and then they take a whiff of it. I mean, the amount of damage that can do to the brain is kind of scary. I mean, you don't want to be sniffing anything like that. The video of Marine gone missing after night at bar in San Diego. Wow. Wow. Okay, isn't PCP close to ketamine? I'm not sure. I thought ketamine was a cat tranquilizer. There was a guy that I knew that worked at the vitamin shop, and they used to call it K, and he was using it. And he was a cool guy at first. And I remember he was with this girl, and he's telling me that, oh, she wanted to go against the K. He was basically married to this drug, I think, because just he was trying to turn her, I think, into a drug addict. He's like, oh, she's going against it. It's like, wait a minute, she's trying to get away from that. I think, so it's horse tranquilizer. Wow, man, this is, it's like, where it really makes me wonder where somebody gets the notion to say, okay, this is tranquilizer for a horse or for a cat. Because I think they do use, there is a cat tranquilizer. I don't know if it's called ketamine, but I thought it was. But people are using that stuff. It's nuts. It's not all, mostly, now that I think about it, most drugs are medical, pharmaceutical grade medicines, or used in the pharmacy. It's not like they created it specifically for a drug. Like, we know that morphine, when it's refined and turned into diacetylmorphine, that they said was the heroin that would save them from the morphine addicts, and the name stuck. So heroin is basically diacetylmorphine. Actually, exactly, that's what it is, just with a different label on it. Morphine, I think the word comes from the Greek god of dreams, Morpheus. And again, the heroin is made, and the morphine is made from poppy plants. The poppy plants that make the opium, that when refined will make the codeine on one end and then the morphine on the other end, I guess, depending on the refining process. And then if that morphine is refined more into diacetylmorphine, that's the heroin. And on the other side, and what's funny is, again, how alcohol just gets exonerated from any type of crime. Thank you, Woke. He says PCP is the abbreviation of phencyclidine, a powerful illegal drug. It is also known by the street names Angel Dust or Peace Pill. Wow. So that is Angel Dust. So that is, but I wonder if that is embalming fluid too, or if that's something totally different, because I have heard about that. I met a guy that I knew from many years ago, and I hadn't seen him, and I started speaking with him, and he was telling me that he had to go to drug rehab, because he was smoking too much Angel Dust. And I was like, I didn't think something like that, I mean, I thought hallucinogenics might not be as addictive, but apparently maybe they are. Dr. I forgot his name. I don't know if it's Paul Hart. He was talking about how we have addiction totally wrong. So he said that if you have a strong social circle, strong family circle, because you see these people that do drugs and they're functional. They still keep their job. They don't, end up going off the deep end, even though they're basically functional drug addicts. But what allows that? Even with alcohol, you have some people that can drink alcohol and maintain a semi-normal lifestyle. Then you have other people that drink alcohol and they're getting the DUIs, many times. They can't stop drinking, over years. I think that's where the medical implications can come in with the cirrhosis of the liver and stuff like that. I mean, what was it? Motley Crue was talking about mainlining alcohol in a video, saying that, they could have just drank it. Yeah, man, it's a tough one, man. It's definitely a tough one when I think about it, and see it everywhere as if it's normalized. I know in Texas when I was there, it's illegal. They have the law, the public intoxication law, which is messed up because when you look at that, in a way, it's it's a double-edged sword because you have a thing to say, okay, you don't want to see people drunk in society, but if you have places like bars, well, how is the person going to get home? Because as soon as they step out the cab, or I've heard stories of police telling somebody to step out the car, and as soon as they step out the car, bang, they hit them with the public intoxication charge, the ticket, or whatever it is now. I mean, I was surprised when I was in Texas as a teen that for a couple of months that they had a curfew. I remember I was like, wow, wait a second. I think it was 10 o'clock at night. So if you were under, it wasn't even 18. If you were under 21, I think you had to have an adult with you. Or, they were going to take you and, you had to be brought, I guess, picked up by your parents. Yeah. Alcohol, man. Yeah, it's just pervasive throughout society. And, when I look at some of these, like this picture that I made, the guy, like, dancing with the spirit of, possibly, I don't know, a succubus or something like that. And I mean, it's like a ritual. Like you see people going out to these places, and the places are specifically, it's built around drinking. And what was that phrase that they would use? Last call for alcohol. I think it was last call for alcohol. Alcohol and possession. It's like alcohol actually, when I think about it, alcohol is the cause of a lot of they say that, when you look at how it controls society, you have people that are slaved out, especially like when I was in the military. You're working hard. Sometimes you're going into the field. You're not coming back for weeks. I mean, that was ridiculous. You get back, you get off. What do you want to do? Guys want to drink. One of the comedians was right. Everybody wants to get high. And alcohol is the legal, acceptable high. It's just so sad. It's so sad of what they've done people, the way they've persecuted them for using a plant, a cannabis plant, which has much less side effects, according to studies, in my opinion, that than alcohol does. I mean, several of my friends are very, I wouldn't say they're off the handle, but there's an addiction there with alcohol. And everybody has their vices. So I'm not trying to judge anybody. Everybody has their vices, whether it's crap burgers from McDonald's, polysiloxane French fries with silly putty ingredients, hard drugs, alcohol, and other things. We see some people are addicted to attention. And people don't look at that as a serious addiction, but if you look at some of these videos, yeah, it just yeah. And good weed, man. Good to see you, Nate. It's it has cured, well, I don't know if cure is the right word, but not cure, but it has remediated to an extent people's addiction with other substances. To say they could use the cannabis or the weed or the marijuana or whatever somebody wants to. There's a lot of nicknames, Chiba, Reefa, all of that stuff for it. I think in India they call it bang. Speaking of India, as Varun, what's up, man? Yeah, bang. Yeah. So as Varun, if you want to hop on, or anybody wants to hop on, I got the link pinned to the top of the chat. Usually I pin it on unless I have a guest that, we just decide to kick it together. But I throw it up there because, sometimes people want to add something in. Sometimes they want to say something. Yeah, bang. I don't know if they pronounce it bahang or something, or bang. It's funny if they do, because Americans have a thing. We have a thing called a bong as well, which is used for smoking cannabis. And actually, there was a guy in Oregon. I had spoken to him at least 2 decades ago. He was Jerome Baker Designs. I wonder if he's still around, man. I hope he's all right. He actually was like a maker of like serious bongs. I mean, these things were heavy, thick borosilicate glass, just monster pieces, man. Monster. These things were like 3 foot tall, 4 foot tall bongs. I mean, guys getting ripped. Yeah, it's just yeah, Jerome Baker. I spoke to him on the phone, Calix. Yeah, this was like 99, 2000. He's a legend. He is definitely a legend. And you know what the sad thing was? I was considering opening up a store. And I go, hey, I wanted to open a head shop back in like 2000. And he goes, hey, man, he was such a cool guy. We spoke on the phone. He's like, hey, let's get your store loaded up with some glass. He'll start shipping the glass over from Oregon to New York. And I think he got raided, man, in Oregon. Yeah, I think it was like, I don't know. He was gonna like put like $5,000 worth of glass paraphernalia in the store. And that's what happened. Yeah, I heard he got raided because they were coming down so hard. It's ridiculous. First on the plant, and then for the devices used to consume the plant, like the bong, the water bongs and stuff. And I think not too long after that was around the time when they got Tommy Chong, because Tommy Chong was selling the bongs. The High Times magazine actually had a really good article. It had one issue in '99. That's how I found out about it. And yeah, this was before cannabis was legalized. It was around '99 where it was the issue of High Times called Glass of Nine. It had Glass of '99 on the cover, and it had like, I mean, these guys were making these things that I never even seen before. Sidecars, Sherlock pipes out of glass, amazing designs. And you had glass blowers on such a skill, they could blow a piece and they could get like $5,000 for it. I don't know how much Tommy Chong was charging for his, but I think he ended up having to do about a year or something. And now, magically, Oregon, everything's decriminalized. And that brings me to the thing with the law too. Mark said he read somewhere where over 50% of murders involve alcohol. Holy smokes! Wow, yeah. And cannabis, I doubt it's the same. They say nobody has ever, they haven't had any problems with somebody using it and something happened to them. But honestly, I've never heard of somebody going and smoking a joint or using cannabis and going home and assaulting somebody or having domestic violence on that. But we see it all the time when somebody drinks alcohol, even in the home, it turns into usually something that can get real ugly. You never know what would happen. As Varun, man, thank you, brother, for the support. I appreciate it, man. Always, bro. If you want to hop on, I got the link top of the chat anytime. And the bong, I remember hearing about bong. I read it in the High Times magazine. I used to read the magazine a lot back in the day. And because the guy, he would talk about counterculture, and it was more about rebellion. It was about saying, look, what's so crazy about somebody smoking a plant? And a plant that has been proven to be therapeutic in many senses. Rick Simpson was a legend with Rick Simpson oil. I mean, I got to give that guy a lot of credit, man. And I think Dr. Lodi had something recently on his page on Facebook where this family, like I think the wife was in stage 4 uh, cancer or something, and I think it might have went into remission. Yep, the RSO, the legendary RSO, man. You know, the plant. And for people, you know, when I look at that, the hippie events and everything, it's always so cool. They have a thing upstate New York. Alex Gray has full moon circles. I haven't been to it yet, but a lot of my friends have went there. And it's like a big like hangout full moon festival. People are, I think, eating mushrooms and stuff, and they're smoking and I possibly drinking, but I don't think the drinking is on a very high level like that. And oh wow, you met Alex Gray? Holy smokes. Yeah, he yeah, and it my friend Steve went there and he said it's really cool. He brought his girlfriend, you know, hung out. He's older. He grew, you know, he remembers the 70s and stuff. And yeah, that Alex Grace, he has like he's a really amazing artist. Really amazing artist. He has something called the Chapel of Mirrors or something. I mean, you can look at his art. Oh, Rick Simpson, that's who you met. Holy smokes. So you met the legend. Wow. I don't know if Rick Simpson's still alive. I think his wife passed, but he helped to keep her, you know, pain free with that. And Rick Simpson, I have to admit that, you know, because New York cannabis is legal, but even before it was, I mean, I was very rebellious, especially when I was in the military as a teenager. We didn't, you know, we did what we wanted to do, but you know, you still had to, once you're a soldier, and then you know you get to you work hard and you play hard. And the Rick Simpson oil, man, I had tried that. I think it was a couple years ago, and because one of my friends owns a dispensary in Brooklyn, and man, I felt like I was almost tripping because they were saying, look, just take like a little piece, like a rice sized grain. And I think I might have used 2 times that on like a cookie. I forgot what I put it on something, and I just chewed it up because it has a little bit of a bitterness, kind of give you like a little jiggle, and that had me like I was so blasted. I felt like I mean, I was jittery. It was a great, you know, feeling, but eventually, like in 30 minutes to an hour, I had to lay down. I was like, man, and I felt like it was healing. I felt the body felt soaked and everything. So it was a good experience. When I got up the next day, because I took it late, I felt high, but I felt good. It was different from, you know, and that's what, of course, I'd stop drinking eventually because when I would drink, man, that hangover, man, it was brutal. I was like, cannabis was a much better choice. And like some people might say, well, oh, you know, why not have nothing? And like I said before, everybody has their vices. I've had people tell me like they criticize drugs and alcohol while they're smoking a cigarette and drinking coffee. And I'm like, look, those are 2 drugs right there. I still go back and forth on the coffee drug. You know, the cigarettes, like I can never even like cigarettes, even if somebody's smoking it, man, it kind of gets like I can't be around it. But coffee straight black crack, man, especially if you put some cream in it, you know, and sugar. I used to drink it with that, but now if I drink it, it's just with cream. I used to drink it black. And in the Army, you know, I was young. They used to drink it when we used to go to the field and camp and have the vehicles, you know, to have one guy would say, okay, you set up the Coleman stove, start boiling the coffee. And it's a high, man. Coffee's like you know, from the coca plant, coffee's like it's a stimulant, you know, definitely has you up. Without a doubt, it's a work drug. Alcohol, I don't see that. Alcohol, it's hard to function on that. Yeah, alcohol is it's kind of hard to like you just want to, you know, drink and just chill out and it can get, yeah, I've had some crazy adventures on that, you know, especially in the military, you get into fights and all of that. And I've had that happen. I've yeah, it's not, you know, you get too drunk you're praying to the porcelain, as they say, the toilet, making deals with saying, "Oh, I won't drink again," and all of that stuff. And yeah, I never experienced that with other like cannabis and stuff. And I've tried a few, nothing really too hard. In Amsterdam, they had the mushroom shops over there. They call them smart shops. They were actually pretty cool. The smart shops were actually pretty cool. The mushrooms, I mean, straight divinity, I would say. As for room, brother, thank you, bro. I appreciate the support of the channel, man. Yeah, I just got monetized again yesterday, and yeah, thank you, bro. I really appreciate that, man. Thanks for the support, man. Calix says, yeah, my dad drinks coffee every day, is retired Marine. Wow, a master sergeant? Holy smokes. If I'm reading that correct. A major gun, a master gunny sergeant. Holy smokes. Wow, man. Wow. Jailhouse Max, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, I have a religious Catholic uncle who doesn't eat meat on Wednesdays and Fridays, but he drinks Diet Mountain Dew and fast food every day. Holy smokes. Wow. That's, yeah, yep. The Mountain Dew, right? Thank you, Jailhouse Maxer. The Mountain Dew, that has something in it because that's the one that has like that glowing green. And the fast food, of course, in the early 90s, I was a fast food junkie. I had to get off that stuff, man. Wow, he did the whole career. Yeah, man. The Marines, man, that's serious stuff, man. Master Gunny Sergeant. Wow. That's up there. Yeah, I used to, when I was in the motor pool in the Army in Fort Hood, there was a master sergeant that used to run the motor pool. And the first sergeant was the E8 that ran the company, who is, it's kind of like, yeah, the first sergeant is definitely right there with the captain as his NCO. And then at the battalion level, I remember the colonel would have the sergeant major would be there. Wow, he's weird. That's a tough one, man. He's a religious Catholic too. Holy smoke. That's like doesn't eat meat on Wednesday and Friday. Yeah, there's like, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, on Fridays maybe they can eat fish but definitely not meat. I know some. Wow, I think about that. Like, man, it's just alcohol. Yeah, wine. They say, and this is the thing. Sons of God, good to see you, man. The wine is a better option, and this is the messed up thing, man. There was a thing that came out many years ago. People were getting high levels of lead from the corking of the wine. So it's crazy when you think about that. It's like you're getting the healthy of the wine, and then it's got the high levels of lead because of the wrapping on the corking and stuff. And I think they actually sell organic wine and stuff. Yeah, it's like there's studies. Yeah, you can check it out. There's studies, and they talked about that. Yeah, with people having wine, lead in the wine, and then also if you have grapes that are sprayed, these are the unspoken about ingredients for wine. Where when they spray those grapes with pesticides and they make the wine from it, those chemicals are in the wine. But they'll never mention that. They'll say, no, these were made from, vintage grapes and all of this stuff. Yeah, but with what type of pesticide in it? Does the corking have lead in it? That's another thing. The bottle, when it's sterilized, sometimes they use solvents, and those solvents will have a residue. They have this in beer bottles, and beer cans. You're basically drinking out of a plastic lined aluminum can. So, I mean, I've showed the pictures. I don't know if I have any on hand right now, but where you would see that they put it in like a certain solution, it melts the aluminum away, and you see the plastic lining inside. It's horrible to think like the amount of microplastics that's coming from that. It's ridiculous. It's just, I mean, everywhere you look. Azaroon, man, welcome to the show. If you have anything, yeah, man.
Yeah, regarding Bang MD, the thing is, in India, the wrestlers they use it to develop their body. So what happens is that when you take Bang, you continuously perform the same action again and again. So when you drink Bang, um what happens is that when the intoxication is at the highest, they eat the most, and then they go and take a nap. When they get up, they have a massage done to their bodies and they work out as well. So it develops the body and makes you physically very, very strong. So these wrestlers in Benares and in Haryana and Punjab, they drink a lot of bhang to develop their bodies, and it's proven to develop the body to a very great extent.
Wow. I've heard stuff about that it has very good effects on the body. Like, is it a drink? Do they mix it with milk or something?
Yeah, they mix it with milk. They add a lot of sugar. The more the sugar, the intoxication is more high. And then they mix dry fruits a lot as well, and then they consume it. And the thing is, like, it develops the body a lot. If you want to use it to develop spiritually, then you'll have to consume it. And after consuming it, you'll have to chant a mantra, and like, it will make you very hungry, but you're not supposed to eat much when you consume it. And when you're chanting that mantra, actually, gradually over a period of time, over many years, it will awaken the kundalini actually in your body. So it can be
Wow.
used for spiritual and materialistic purposes as well.
Yes, yeah, it's very spiritual. It's yeah, I could see that. Do they use like the buds, the flower like buds to make the bong? Like, what is it the grounded up part of the plant? Like, do you know what parts they use?
Not exactly, no, but
Okay.
they use the thing actually. I don't know exactly the details, but
Mhm.
whatever they use, actually, it has an intoxicating effect, MD. If you chant a mantra, actually, you'll keep chanting the mantra again and again. You'll go into a meditative trance like state. And if you're eating, you'll keep eating continuously again and again, and you'll feel very hungry when you have it. You'll consume a lot, and then that will develop your body, and you'll have a very strong body, actually. It can be
Wow.
used for both spiritual and materialistic purposes.
So it can strengthen the body.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It can.
Wow. That is great.
The
What is a sadhu? Does sadhus use uh bang or cannabis?
Sadhus
Oh.
use bhang and cannabis, but they drink bhang and then they chant the mantras that slowly awakens the kundalini over a period of many years. Then when they smoke cannabis, actually, like, they go into a meditative trance. They use a kind of mantra that will nullify all the bad effects, and only positive effects will come from the intoxicant. And they won't get bronchitis or any other types of respiratory ailments as well. See, anything that you take in excess can become poison. Even nectar can become poison in excess. So these people know how to nullify the bad effects, and then they consume the intoxicant, chant the spell actually that will nullify the bad effects, and then they go into a meditative trance.
So do they eat it mostly or do they smoke it also?
They smoke it mostly. They smoke it
Okay.
mostly, and sometimes they drink it.
Now I read an article in the High Times magazine called Home of the Gods, and it was about
Hmm.
India, and they call it ganja there, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So is that the main name, or do they use cannabis or marijuana too, or just ganja?
Ganja, ganja.
Okay, so it's ganja, and you in the article they had the people grabbing the buds or the flowers of the plant and then rubbing their hands, making something called a chara, like
Yes.
charas,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and it's like,
Charas.
wow, wow. So that's what they, because that's supposed to be very powerful, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a place in the Himalayas. It comes next to Badrinath. It's called Valley of Flowers. It has the flowers that you use for making these intoxicants. The minute you go over there, you'll go into a, like, trance-like state. Like, you'll be intoxicated the whole day. Actually, like, yeah, yeah. It's filled with these flowers only. It's very beautiful. So I missed going to that place once. I'm planning to go there again, but you'll be intoxicated the whole day long just by smelling the flowers.
Wow. Wow, that is something, man. That I've heard about that. I've read stories of like DEA agents, raiding fields of ganja, and they report becoming intoxicated when they're cutting it
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
down. Yeah, wow, that is
yeah,
like,
yeah. Correct, MD.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful plant. I mean, in New
Yeah.
York, everybody's been growing. It's legal now to grow it here. I think you can have like 12 plants. It's a beautiful plant. I mean, I've seen so many different types. It's all over New York City. I mean, they used to sell it out of the stores in the 80s and 90s, and now they have legal stores, and there's just so many different types. It's just amazing. It's just like on another level to where it's like. Yeah, it just really yeah, I think it's a healing plant. I think it's like they say, what plant of the gods, and it's a spiritual plant. I mean, I've noticed that, yeah, it's really it's healing to the body. It's definitely healing. I haven't used it to that extent. I did try like the oil that they make from it, but yeah, I think it's way better than alcohol.
So
Or
the thing
safe.
about alcohol is, according to our religion, it's been cursed. Brahma cursed it, then Krishna cursed it, and Shukracharya, who's the guru of the demons, cursed alcohol. Plus, when you're making alcohol, these yeast cells are living beings, right? They crush the yeast cells. So the pain they feel becomes a curse. So when you consume alcohol, it tends to make you more demonic, actually.
Hmm.
It's a
Wow.
cursed substance. So, what the sadhus do when they consume alcohol is they'll offer a drop to the Mother Earth, then they'll chant a spell actually, and they'll consume the alcohol. The alcohol gets converted into soma actually. That will enkindle every brain cell in their body and make them super conscious. They know how to transmute the alcohol MD into soma. Otherwise, if you just drink alcohol like that, it's dangerous. And the native Indians, I think, in the US, they used to worship tobacco. They were not fools for doing it. According to Ayurveda, tobacco has 100 Ayurvedic uses if used correctly, actually. So even the native Indians, when they used to worship tobacco, they were not fools. They knew what they were doing.
Wow. I've heard that there's different types of alcohol, like some of it might be healthy where they don't make it from hops. They make it from special herbs and
Yeah, yeah,
spices.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's like more of a healing effect on those
Yeah,
types. Like,
yeah.
wow.
There are certain wines in Ayurveda that they use, which contains alcohol that will, like as you grow old, your appetite decreases, right? By consuming these wines that are Ayurvedic in nature and therapeutic, you can get your appetite back despite aging.
Wow. Wow. That's really good. Mark says cannabis has been very helpful. Yeah, it's an extremely helpful plant. I think it's a beautiful, wonderful plant. I've written articles on it, and I used to write for a dispensary, and it is cannabis has so many things that can be done with the plant because they can make clothing, and the fibers are very strong. They've made rope, right, and stuff, all types of stuff with cannabis. And yeah, they say that alcohol, the food has started to ferment, or the fruit. And what they're saying, there are videos of flies, fruit flies, um eating these fruits and getting drunk, and that they were saying, I got to look for the study, man. I should have had it prepared for the stream, but now that you brought it up, it makes me think about it. That I don't know if it's true, but they're saying that fruit flies that get rejected from female fruit flies will go to these fermented fruits in higher numbers. Like they'll turn to the alcohol and they'll get drunk. They'll have flies, wasp, I think it was yellow jackets, will also um, get on these fruits and start getting drunk. And usually they'll fight with each other, these certain insects, these different insects. But when they're drinking or eating this alcohol, they're just trying to get their high in. It's crazy. Yeah, it's really interesting, man. It really is interesting when I think about it. The study, definitely seen it on it's on the internet, definitely. Mr. X, man, good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good to see MD as Varun. I didn't know what was
Yeah.
going on. Just tuning in right now.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Yeah, it's we were talking about alcohol. It came over to cannabis, hemp sandals. I heard the hemp sandals and stuff like that. They're so like they last way longer. They're safer. You're not getting chemicals on your feet, you know. Yeah, man. Yeah.
No, I
Hello, Mr.
definitely
X.
bites the spirits, 100%. They need they need something that they're much smarter than we are, but they need to possess us, but in a way that we think it was the alcohol that caused us. We don't even suspect that a spirit took us over. But definitely, it's an entry point. Drugs, everything like that. It's they look for that. They look for that for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, as Varun said hello to you.
Hey, oh, good to see you, Azarun.
Yeah, CBD oil, Mark said, has been great too. I've heard that. Yeah, I think that THC contains CBD as well. If you get the right oil, I guess. I mean, I have to look that up again. I should know this off the top of my head, but it's been a while. And yeah, man, yeah, we're back, man. I don't know if Scribe's gonna jump on tonight. I think Jose, if he's listening, I don't know if he knows I'm live. Um, but yeah, the alcohol, I had presented some pictures that I had made with the alcohol, like in the bottle, with the spirit or the thing that possesses inside of the bottle, like on the thumbnail. And yeah, it's possible when I look at the behavior of some people and what they say, I don't know what got into me. I wasn't acting like myself. So then who were they acting like? What was it? What got into them? What
Mm-hmm.
it makes you wonder. It's like
And
it opens the door, right? Or something.
right, and it depends on also the person because you'll see people drinking and they won't have the same reaction. Some people get very violent and obnoxious and want to
Yes.
Yeah.
fight, but not everybody. You know what I'm saying? So everybody has a
Mhm.
different reaction to it.
Yeah. And as Arun was saying about they do make like types of alcohol that are better, that have like more good effects, and that some people will drink it in a way that transforms it. So possibly when he mentioned that, it makes me wonder what you said about some people will drink it. Maybe those people that don't get violent, their bodies have a way of transforming it into something that maybe they like it doesn't open a doorway for whatever it is to get into them.
Well, I
And
think it depends on the person too, what
yeah,
kind of morality they have, the life they're leading. But
exactly.
it's the spirits have to follow rules, but it's not us doing anything. It's just they have to follow certain rules.
Mhm.
They might be able to enter certain people much easier than other people.
Yeah,
Put it
yeah,
that way.
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
One more thing, MD,
Mhm.
regarding the Chinese medical system, I was reading it. They have 12 energy meridians, and the liver energy meridian is one of them. So the liver is the seat of the emotion of anger. So what alcohol does is it strips the nutrients off from the liver. If the liver is weak in any way, your eyesight becomes weak. So the liver is connected to your eyesight as well. So what happens is that the it also rules the emotion of anger. So when the liver is getting messed up actually by bad food habits or consuming of these intoxicants, it makes you more prone to anger as well. It makes the liver unstable, right? So it affects your eyesight. It strips your body's metabolic energy also off. And the liver, when it's highly imbalanced because of these intoxicants, the person is prone to anger.
Wow. Wow, man. That's yeah, that's deep. And see, this is the stuff we need to learn more. Jailhouse Max, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says alcohol opens a portal to certain parts of the psyche that's normally locked. It's not as bad as a succubus giving you cosmic candies every night. Yo, Jailhouse Max, man, thank you. You always get me with I'll be reading it off, and I don't look ahead. You get me. Oh my God. The succubus, man. This is hilarious. And thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, definitely the portals, man. How have you been doing, in reference to the succubus here? How have you been doing with the succubus, Esmerone?
Have you what? Have you?
Jailhouse Maxa says alcohol opens a portal to certain parts of the psyche that's normally locked. But he says it's not as bad as a succubus giving you cosmic handies every night. So
Okay.
yeah, you know, he's like, because remember you were saying that the succubus was
Yeah.
doing something to you, like
Yeah. It
at
drained
night.
me of my energy, it damaged my genitals, and I became impotent. Right?
Wow, that is like, that's like holy smokes, man. When I think about that, it's like, but did you get remediated from that? Like you felt better now, or is it still?
The thing is, they did the damage, right? So they stopped sending it. My relatives. My relatives only did it MD. The thing is, the ones who are closest to you will come and do all these things. They know you in and out, so they'll only be the ones to harm you the most. Actually,
Wow, wow, that is kind of yeah, that's something, man. That's I mean, yeah, yeah, that's and Mr. X, I know down in Florida, it's probably got a lot of alcohol places, bars, stuff going on, or
Yeah, of course. There's a million bars, million places to go, but it's just like, I mean, it happen anywhere. There's a liquor
Mhm, mhm.
store, and
Yeah. I mean,
um,
New York City, there is an advertisement. I don't know if it's still there, close to Madison Square Garden. The
mhm.
entire side of like a 12-story, the building might be 15 stories or 20, extremely tall building. The whole side of it is a big alcohol bottle painted like I forgot what brand, but they must have paid for the advertising. I mean, it's crazy. You can see it from like very far away, and I'm like, man, that has to have an effect on people looking at that, saying, hey, you know what? Let's get a drink or something like that, right?
Well, if you want to see great marketing, go into a liquor store. I mean, the marketing is off the chain. The way they promote it, and they do a very good job of marketing the liquors. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, and it's marketed everywhere, man. Calix says they got wineries in Temecula. I think Temecula. I don't know if that's where the raw food guys.
Temecula. I remember that.
Oh, Temecula. Okay, thank you, Mr. X. Temecula, because I met David Wolf and them, the raw food guys. I don't know if they came from that spot. I think it was a different one. Pachanga. Pachanga. The only thing I've ever heard Pachanga was that character in Carlito's Way, the movie
Oh,
Pachanga.
yeah,
Because I
terrible.
wondered if that was like a Spanish slang or something, like a nickname, Pachanga. But I guess, is it an alcohol
I think it's the
or
name of
type
the town, isn't it?
Pachanga Casino?
Yeah.
It's a casino. Wow. Because there's like some stores here and they have Spanish names, but even some Spanish people don't even know what it means. Like they had one called I think it was La Pulgarcito. And I
Hmm.
was like, what is that? And most guys were like, they don't know, like, because you'll have guys open stores from Mexico, some people from Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and there's a slight difference I noticed in certain words and the way they say things.
Can I ask you something, MD?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Like, offhand, do you believe that spiritual entities are real? Do you really believe that they exist?
I think that I think that they, like, as far as like when I look at it from a scientific lens, I think that there is much more than we can see. So I think that the spirit, not just entities, but
Hmm.
my thought is that, because when I met Michael Cremo, who wrote Forbidden Archaeology, he wrote the hidden history of the human race, and a few other books, and they had a very, because I don't know if he's a Hindu or a Hare Krishna. I think Hare Krishna is a little different from the Hindu, the Bhaktivedanta Center type of thing. Very philosophical, but it seems that the spirit verse was here before the physical universe. So that, being like looking at it from a scientific way, seems to be very, very valid to say matter seems to have been created afterwards, or maybe created by some type of spirit force to either inhabit maybe third dimension or something that we don't know, how it works. But so then that would be, okay, we're here, and we might be like how the Police had that song, "We Are Spirits in the Material World."
Right.
And then wouldn't it would make sense to me that they would be excess spirit. So when evolution tries to get us to look at it backwards, totally materialistic and stuff, and we know that it's been disproven 1,000 times. It's basically a religion, and that doesn't want to admit it's a religion. But the spirits, like, existing, maybe there's so much spiritual energy and beings. I don't know if entity, could be a proper word. That it would make sense that only some would have physical bodies or be able to be in a physical body, and that maybe the body can be hijacked by another thing. Like when you look at some people that are on hard drugs, and it does seem like times when they seem possessed. And I don't know if it could also be said that maybe it's microorganisms. We know parasites can make people act differently. We know that uh, uh, certain bacteria can alter your feelings and stuff like that in the stomach. But a spiritual possession or a spiritual entity, I think that that's very plausible. I personally think that that would exist. Like
Mhm.
I I have a very broad understanding, and even if I want to call it a belief system, because somebody would say, all right, you don't know for sure it's a belief. All right, fine. I would believe that we are more than the physical body for sure, and that spirits, I don't know if that's the proper word, but I don't even think that's the only word. I think spirits and even more would exist, if that answers the question.
Yeah. So definitely, I mean, in a nutshell, you believe in them. You believe they
Yeah,
do.
yeah. And I think more than belief, because I want to say more than belief. I think there's a way that if I study it, I can even get to where it's more, might not be, I might get to a factual way where I can prove it logically, even maybe.
Well,
Um,
eventually, you can definitely prove it. I mean, are we the only minds that exist? I mean, it
yeah,
makes
exactly. Yeah,
well,
you got a good point with that.
mindless process created people with minds. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, they just, with the thing, Jailhouse Maxer says everything is based on vibrations and frequencies. Maybe drugs and alcohol can alter your frequencies. That's a really good way to look at it. And you know what? That makes a lot of sense too. It can alter our frequencies. It can alter the vibration. And that vibration, because when you look at something, when you see those tuning forks and they hit one and then the other one rings, that's amazing when I look at that stuff. There is so much stuff that exists that that requires further study, but we have all these distractions. One, of course, being the alcohol and the other stuff. So yeah, I think that that's actually very plausible too, that alcohol could alter the frequency, because we're like saying, okay, we're saying it can open a door. That door might be a frequency door, a vibrational door. That alcohol, it alters it and it opens the door in that way. So not like a door, like we're thinking maybe a portal, but like a shifting of frequency or vibration that allows the possession to take place. And maybe some people, like you were saying, have a stronger or different frequency that they can't uh, inhabit. Like you were saying,
Hmm.
living a good lifestyle, living a certain type of lifestyle, could be something that they eat that we don't even know, that protects them from the possession. And yet the gut brain connection, the fact that they're admitting a lot of stuff that is coming to light, that the heart has more what would be called brain cells than, or just as much as the brain. What's that saying? Follow your heart, but bring your brain with you.
Hmm.
And then the gut feeling. that is so real. Like when you're nervous as a kid or something, or even as an adult, and you feel that butterflies in your stomach. I mean, I used to get that feeling. I remember when I was 18 and we would be in the company in Fort Hood and everybody's up. You got to draw your weapon from the arms room. And it's like they would lock everything down. You'd be getting ready to go to the field for 2 weeks. So, like, kind of like a lot of drills. Like, if you go to war, they know that some guys are going to say, try to like say, no, I'm not going, whatever. So they lock down the company. Everybody draws their weapon from the arms room, and then you mount up the vehicles, and then they go to the field. We're there for maybe 2 weeks to a month, and I would get like in the morning, like would be up at 4:30, and I'd feel it a little, but then it would go away. In basic training, I used to get it. I guess as I got more used to it, it just went away, and I don't feel it really. Like as a kid, sometimes you would feel it if you were going to get into a fight or if somebody's bullying, something. And it could be vibrational. I mean that stuff. Yeah, man, it's definitely it just and they say, yeah, wow, this is a good point. So when he's sober, you keep most things to yourself, but you have a drink, you'll talk. And they say, what's that saying again? Is it a drunk mind speaks a sober heart, or no? I think that's where the saying goes. Like when you get drunk, it can also open a door to where somebody can express things that they wouldn't, like Calix is saying that they wouldn't expect. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, that a drunk mind speaks a sober heart. And you would say, man, because I've had friends when we drink in the army, and shit would come out, man. Things would come. I gotta remember not to curse. I want to keep the streams kind of clean. And things would come out, and then sometimes racial stuff, and then
Sure.
yeah, guys would be friends, like when they sober, they're like, look, man, I apologize, and I think sometimes it would bring people closer together because we'd have trauma bonding. I mean, you go through all of the training, we're in the Mojave Desert for like 30 days, and in train a basic, I remember you're rappelling off of stuff. It just you get that bond. I mean, I think about, I still keep in touch with a few of the guys. It's funny, I found them. It's just amazing. Some of us, we stayed in touch even though we didn't have the internet. And yeah, man, the Mojave Desert was brutal. I remember because it was NTC, National Training Course, I think it was called, for in case if we go to the the Middle East. And the NTC, the elder veterans used to tell us, they used to be like, hey, go out there, anything can happen. They said in the daytime, I remember it's flaming hot to where you got your t-shirt on because you have to wear the military brown t-shirt. So they at least allow you to, take off your camouflage jacket, or well, they have a camouflage shirt. And then you have your field jacket, which is the heavier camouflage. But in the day, I mean, it could exceed 100 easily. And I remember one time they told us, they said, don't mess with the wildlife. And one guy messed around and got bitten by a rattlesnake, and they had to call in a helicopter to medical evac him out. And I remember that once the sun went down, like we'd be out there and you see the sunset start to come, even right before the sunset fully, man, the temperature would drop to where you would be almost like you'd be jittering. It's like you had to have your jacket ready. It would get cold, man, like 40 degrees, and then it would get cold, man. I mean, the extremes of being so hot in the day and cold at night. You had to have clothing, some type of cover or something, or like we had tents that we stayed in. Jailhouse Maxa says alcohol is forbidden in Islam. So is music. It must be for a good reason. It's demonic possession. Yeah, I have to agree with that. to extent with the alcohol. I think there are some healing alcohols, but they have a very good point with that about just saying, you know what, just forbidden for that because of demonic possession. Yeah, I could really see that. And clearly the music, I mean, music without a doubt has a way to, wow, Calyx is dropping it too. Music. I've heard that before. Yep. Music. So like a sick. And that saying that we used to hear when we were younger, music calms the savage beast. Music controls the savage beast. So they, the people that run society or force us to do things that we don't want to do, and they use that to control us. They use the music to control. I guess they look at us as beast or an even savage beast. If you just look at music on the whole, it can be. Mr. X, yeah,
Well, look at the society that we live in. I mean, look at your poor inner cities or whatever, and the music is under control. You can see the zombie effect right there. People behaving in ways or acting in ways that just, you know what I mean, are self-destructive. It's real life. It works.
Yeah. And then like Jailhouse's Max was saying, the alcohol is forbidden and the music is forbidden. And when you, and yeah, it must be for a good reason. When you add those two together now, so you got people drinking the alcohol and listening to the music. So now you're really doing something to the vibration to where it's like on another level of possible possession or opening vibration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People fighting each other over stupid stuff. You know what I mean? Somebody, it happens all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's going to summon Scribe, man. There's no Tupac cells in Islamic nations. Holy smokes. Yeah, man. Tupac cell. I don't know if he'll come on. Hopefully he will. I texted him. I sent him the screenshot to let him know. Hopefully he knows I'm live. Jose too. Hopefully he'll know. That when I think about the alcohol mixed with the music, and then we look at the concerts, I don't think there's really many concerts where they don't have alcohol. Yeah, I would say like, and then it gets to where it's ritualistic. I heard that what's his name? The guy, Travis Scott, that had that concert and people got ended, ritual. Azrun, you had some?
Yeah. What happens actually, MD, is that when you consume alcohol, your aura gets depleted. When your aura gets depleted, then you're prone to possession by ethereal parasites. So there'll be spirits that would have died because of alcohol consumption or intoxication. They will find an addict to be a suitable host to continue their intoxication, because when the physical body dies, the astral body will still be alive. Then the other thing is that your astral body will still have those impressions inbuilt in the subconscious mind. So the spirits are ethereal beings, right? Their causal body will still be alive. They will have there'll be some reason why they'll have to exist as spirits for a long time. They'll become like ethereal parasites. They'll find a reason to possess a host who is an addict, and they will fulfill their desires whenever he drinks. Like if he's drinking or something like that, what happens is that, like, even they too are being satisfied by his habits, and he unknowingly, because of his addictions, would have attracted such beings which will nest inside his body, and they'll also be like very what do you say, happy that they're getting this uh, they're again getting to taste alcohol again through his body as a medium.
Wow. So it's like they could even be using people to
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Drug addicts usually attract spirits that have died because of intoxication, that need a body to satisfy their desire. So those impressions are so strong that when the aura gets depleted, when your ojas count is very low, your aura gets depleted. Your metabolic energy becomes very low. It's the source of your metabolic energy, the ojas. So drinking and smoking and any harmful habit depletes the ojas. Even excessive working out, when you sweat too much, the metabolic energy gets depleted. Then what happens is that your body becomes a medium of possession for ethereal beings. If your aura is very, very strong, no ethereal being can come and possess you. In fact, people will be very happy to be in your presence. Like, let's say you've been a celibate for a very long time, like Gautama Buddha. He was a celibate for a very long time, for 12 years at least. He didn't spill a drop of seed. So his ojas had become so much that any being within a 50-mile radius would be calm in his presence automatically.
Wow, that's pretty deep, man. That's like, yeah, and that's was that Buddha Gautama? Oh
Yeah,
no, that's
Gautama Buddha.
okay.
When an elephant, they tried to kill him by poisoning an elephant with alcohol. The elephant became mad with anger after consuming a lot of alcohol, and they charged it against Gautama Buddha. But his aura was so pure that when he touched the elephant, it became calm again and it went back on its way. It couldn't kill him. So
Wow.
there are benefits to observing celibacy and living a clean life. Then you'll be calm even during adverse conditions, and people who come in contact with you, they'll become calm themselves and they'll be relieved actually.
Hmm. Was his name Siddhartha, like his
Yeah,
first name?
Siddhartha. Siddhartha was his name,
Uh-huh.
and
And he
he
was a
like later
prince or
on.
something?
Yeah, he was a prince. He was born somewhere on the foothills of Nepal, close between the Indian and Nepalese border. Then
Mhm.
he attained enlightenment in Bihar, in Gaya, after sitting under a banyan tree for a long time. Then he changed his name to Gautama Buddha.
Wow. Mr. X, did you have anything? Or
Oh, no,
okay.
no, I'm just listening.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't. I saw you. Jailhouse Maxer says Travis Scott hosts concerts in high frequency areas. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, the ritual stuff in his concert was just, it was off the handle, man. I mean, a lot of people, they say it was like it could have been, planned, like it seemed to be. Yeah, it really seemed to be, man. Just, but I had played this earlier, Mr. X. It was like a little clip I had of the alcohol of somebody going to a bar, and she's already possessed, and then this is what she says, or she or he,
Do you come here often?
Wow. Was that AI?
Yeah, I made the art and then I had it animated. And so I did it. It was like a not fully AI, but yeah,
Mhm.
definitely used it to speed up the animation process for me. I made I made sure I said, okay, I want to make the type of bar setting and stuff. And I mean, as an animator and artist for many years, I mean, there's only so the head start I get is that I can create the art. So I can be ahead of most people that just use the AI totally just to make the art. But the AI is getting so good at a point where the only edge that I have is the creativity to say, okay, I know exactly, like when I put in my stuff to it, and then it's like, okay, I would have to animate these frames and move it in a certain way. It can do that not only just as good, but it can do it much quicker.
Yeah.
And it's just like I can't even, I'm looking at it like, wow. Now, yeah, it has a little bit of stuff that could be touched up. If I had an animation program, I could touch it up and make it a lot better. But it's pretty good. Like I had one I made with like the bartender saying that if you have the glasses like They Live, you can see the bartender talking to the couple, and you could see like the possessed bartender, like in this clip.
What a lovely couple.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're about to get served a drink by, they think it's uh a regular person, but you can see that it's not about to say, saying, hey, what a lovely couple. And Jailhouse Max, you're right, man. AI is also possession, bro. It really,
Yeah.
people that, this is something that we're playing with that is everywhere. The the saturation of it is to a point where it's like with the newscast and stuff, you can't even tell the difference.
No, you can't.
Yeah, it's just like holy, you got to look really good. Like, yeah, Mehdi, good to see you. See, Siddhartha, life is suffering. Yep, he just, it just, life I think isn't all suffering, but it's in a way that it's like a lesson.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Only
MD, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
See, MD, like nowadays, the post-traumatic stress syndrome amongst soldiers is very high. When they're going to war, it will be very stressful. So when they come back from war, many of them have PTSD, right? So I think a lot of them get drunk to numb the pain and somehow cope with the pressures, but that actually ends up making the matter even worse, right?
It did. Like I couldn't. I've gotten into many excursions drinking. I've experienced a lot when I was in the military. I was young. I remember we would drink a case of Heineken while we were smoking ganja, and sometimes they had the hits of the LSD and stuff. I remember a friend of mine who was a medical doctor. I met him years later, and he told me, he goes, "Oh, if you ever get a hold of LSD, it opens the mind." Now I didn't know that was the tabs of acid, and it made me feel like you're in a real life movie. So you're drinking the Heinekens to keep your feet on the ground, basically, because you'll just like be running at 100 miles an hour, and then you're having the cannabis, the ganja, smoking it in blunts or joints, and then because you just work during the week, and every day you're getting up 5:55, you got to be outside dressed in a sweat uniform to do physical training, PT. So now you go over to the field, no matter what the weather is. If it was raining, whatever, it sucked because you had to sit on the ground, stretch, so now you're getting wet. Well, even in the winter, whatever, but it really toughened you up. There was no doubt about it. It really toughened you up. It got to a point where, you're doing your push-ups, your sit-ups, your flutter kicks, your stretches, and then it's like, okay, now everybody lines up and you got to run like a couple of miles with everybody. Sometimes it can be 3 miles, sometimes it could be 5 or 7, and then you're doing that, and you get done with that like close to 7, sometimes even a little after 7 a.m. And then everybody goes in, you take a shower, you get ready, you go eat, and then you have to be ready to go to work at 9. And then usually you get off at 5, you have a last formation, and then you do it the next day, and then the next day, and that's in garrison. So then when Friday night comes, everybody's getting, drunk. Everybody's drinking, smoking, doing whatever. And, women, a lot of crazy stuff. And Saturday, Sunday, Sunday, usually you're chilling out because now you got to get ready for Monday for the routine again. And once you get to where it's, you have to go out to the field and stuff, now you're working 24 hours a day, basically. So you're sleeping out either when we went to the Mojave Desert, in Texas in the field, Fort Knox, they have stuff there too. Every military base has the same kind of MO. Yeah. It's
One more thing, MD, like many veterans, war veterans, their conditions are very pitiable, and they'll come back home without limbs, and they'll be in a very depressed state. So even they'll be consuming a lot of intoxicants like alcohol to numb the pain, to cope with the suffering, right? Because I heard that many veterans, they commit suicide on a large on a daily basis. Many like veterans commit suicide, so they'll be onto these intoxicants to numb the pain and to cope with the pressures of life too, right? I mean, they're
A lot of
missing.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like around 20 a day. The statistics say, that 20 a day, I think end themselves. And then I always thought, I think it was 22. Like they had, I think one veteran, he got a whole bunch of guys to go on like marches. I think it was 22 miles, or they did it for 22 days in respect for the 22 guys that they lose every day. Now, I don't think that's exactly 22, 22, 22 every day. If it is, that would be kind of odd. And then I wonder, what if 20 guys end themselves every day and two of them get ended in a different way, and they just put it into the statistics as a basic self deletion. And for YouTube guidelines, we're just saying this is our opinion because the statistics might be a little different. They could be higher or lower, but there is a lot of guys, like with Vietnam, they said, I think over 60,000 people were killed in Vietnam, American veterans. And people can look this up and just check it. I think 4 million of the Viet Cong were ended, and the other side too. So you got a massive amount of those people that were killed in trying to save or liberate their country. And so say 60,000 American troops, but they said that more troops ended themselves when they came back to America. So now that brings the statistic to well over 100,000 people lost from that. Mr. X? Yes, sir?
No, I was going to say, I mean, I was watching a video recently about the soldiers after World War One and them suffering shell shock and trauma because they knew this was going to happen. This has been happening since the World War One. The effects the soldiers had in going to war, which makes sense too, because going to war is not normal. It's really, we're not designed for that. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
yeah.
One more question, MD. See,
Yeah.
like after firearms were introduced, you stay at a distance and then you fire the weapon, and you are supposed to injure your enemy or kill him. That is one thing. But before firearms were introduced, it was more brutal. Like it was archers who would use the bow and arrow first. If that didn't work out in the line of defense or in the line of offense, then you would have to use the spear, and if the spear was damaged or something, then you would use the sword or the knife. So the when war would take place in the olden days, it was even more brutal and savage. They would bite each other to death, or they would stab each other brutally, or they would amputate the hands and legs. It was too graphic, the violence on the battlefield. Do you think this PTSD problem was there amongst soldiers of invading armies back in those days when life was even less civilized? Like, because those days also they would be intoxicated by something and they would fight very brutally on the battlefield as well. Did this PTSD problem exist back then, and or is it just a new phenomena that people are coming up with right now, that the stress of war and being in the army, actually it took a toll on their mental health? Because it's something that we're reading right now. But in the olden days, like when an invading army would come, they would be so savage. They would even kill the civilians as well if they wouldn't obey their commands. They would fight very brutally with each other against the defending armies as well. So I just want to know regarding that what your opinion is to, MD. Because when you're intoxicated, even meat is, when meat is the meat of the animal, it would have absorbed the violence, right? When you're killing it, so when you consume it, it can make you violent by nature too. So when you're on the battlefield after having consumed an animal that's been brutally killed, you will also be intoxicated with violence. So what is your opinion regarding this, MD?
I think that one, I don't think all war, when you go back into history, was primitive. because, like, as being a Hindu, that they say that there were war with advanced weapons, Krishna fighting against a city, right? Like a floating city or a flying city,
Uh,
so you're
that
looking at very
that
high-tech war, right?
Yeah, that was Shiva MD. Shiva actually fought against three floating cities above the
Yeah.
earth, and he destroyed them after he opened his third eye.
Okay, so
Tripura Samhara.
yeah, so when I look at that, we have advanced accounts, accounts of advance. I think there was another one, I guess, Krishna's city of Dvarka, I think it's called. They saying that they think they found it off the coast, the southern coast of India. It's a
Yeah,
sunk, it's under the water. So it shows that just the way when they thought Troy was a fictional city, but then Heinrich Schliemer, I think his name is, found it and said, look, this is the ancient city of Troy. So just like they try to say Dvarka was a myth or something written in the Hindu Sanskrit text. But now they're starting to see that, no, this is where this city must have been. And it was above water, probably over 10,000, 14,000 years ago. So we have that. And I think the city is roughly, they're saying with scans and stuff, it's like twice the size of Manhattan. So you're looking at a pretty large city. So you have Shiva, like you're saying, fighting three floating, what appeared to be cities, but what could be ships, flying ships that are high technological. We have a lot of stuff like Jailhouse Maxer says it's worse now because we have weapons of the weapons, the stuff. There's so much stuff that they have that, and they don't even talk about, like sonic weapons. They have certain types of, look at the chemical weapons. Look at even just going back to what, World War I, World War II, mustard gas. When I was in the Army, they told us mustard gas would make like your fingers fall off, like the skin on your, you had to be, I mean, that's like some scary stuff. I think they tried chlorine gas, which would stifle people on the battlefield. I mean, horrible, horrible things, putting people on the field to fight each other. I mean, I wonder, is there something that draws energy from these people going through these horrific instances? It's I had a picture of the effects of war from World War and images. I'm just seeing if okay, so I guess they colorized it. They actually had a black and white photo. I think this is it. Okay, I'm gonna try to say, because I had it in my files, but war. Okay, so war. I saved it. I'm uploading it just so I can show it. Because this is an amazing, it's a devastating picture of what 4 years of war can do to a person. And it's horrible to see how going through this can age a man. This picture here on the left is 1941. 4 years later in 1945, this is what this young man looks like. 4 years later. This is the effects of war, of shell shock, of living in the field for months or over a year on end, constantly stressed out. So you look at a young man here on the left in 1941, about to be sent off to war. And then after 4 years, to see what he looks like, the forehead, the stress from that, the eyes, like to the point where he's almost ghost-like. Like the first picture looks at you. The second picture looks through you. 4 years. Yep, 4 years, man.
That's
Yeah,
incredible.
it's almost demonic. Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's like, holy smokes, man. It's so sad. It's so, and me, from being a regular soldier, there's stuff that I still feel the trauma. I still feel it. I try to like fight it and stuff, and but it's there. I mean, going through all the training, it's like you're even it's hard because you're trained in a way where you're never going to be at ease. And I can understand why these guys go through things, and it's just like, man, this is scary, man. This is at a point where it's like, it's really, I mean, to do that to human beings, when I think about it, it's just like, man, that is not cool. That is definitely not cool. It just, I mean, his 4 years were more stressful than, yeah, man. It's so sad, man. War is not normal. It's horrible, man. It's really horrible. I'm looking to try to pull the banner on the bottom back so you guys can see the bottom of the thing. I don't see where I can. If Scribe knows how to do this a little better, because underneath on the bottom you see the year. It says 1941 and then 1945. How do I get this thing to, but wait, use banners. Okay. Wait, is that how I do it? You know, I figured it would be easier to do this. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's the button. All right, that's how I turn it on and off. All right. So you see right there, 1941 on the left, 1945, after he comes back from 4 years of war. And it's like I said, the first picture looks at you, the second picture looks through you. It's really, really, you know, I think about that like, whoa, man. It just, and the politicians, yeah, the privileged politicians sending off men who have no relation to them, you know, slaughter others. And it follows the ancient saying, if you separate the scholar from the warrior, you have cowards that start wars that are fought by fools.
Yep.
Because the warrior, doesn't know. I mean, this is a very awakening and awareness picture that people should see. They should use this picture to show people, like, look, you know, it's like what these cowards are starting that don't ever have to go on the battlefield. I mean, and the fact that the zombies of society don't want to see this, don't want to acknowledge it. I mean, it's horrible. And then what do they say? Oh, come back, have a drink, you know? And then, like Varun was saying, these guys are medicating themselves with alcohol, with drugs, anything to not hear and feel what they felt. It just really, they're all. And anybody who's a politician that sends young men off to fight people that he doesn't even know, doesn't have any conflict with, is just, that's the cowards that send the fools off to fight the war. I mean, you have people that'll be like, hey, you know, very patriotic and stuff. I'm like, for what? For what?
I mean, so many Vietnam veterans became drug addicts because of the trauma they faced in the war.
Yep.
So many of them.
One guy was telling Sergeant Brown, he was a Vietnam vet, and he was telling me when I was in the Army, he said that they would basically make heroin available. And he said, because if you're getting shot in a shootout, you're not gonna die as quick. You're gonna stand up. You're gonna be able to get off a few more shots. I mean, the cold calculating reality of what these people are doing, saying, no, let these guys, you know, be a little more drugged up because now they can get further into the territory and accomplish what we want to accomplish. And what is that? What is that? I mean, who were the Vietnam? I think we used to have a video about how they had the guys that were seeing, like with the red infrared goggles, they were seeing what appeared to be like flying demons every time they would go on a helicopter run to kill. Maybe they were absorbing something from when the body passes, like there to catch the spirit, for lack of a better word. And makes you wonder, why do they always send the poor? I think there was a song made by Creedence Clearwater. I think that's the name of the band.
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Yeah, Revival. It was called Fortunate Son.
Oh, I remember that.
My brother-in-law, he's older and he remembers that. I remember hearing the song, and it was like it's an intense song where he's like with the red when the something sings the red, white, and blue, they got the cannons pointing at you, and I ain't no senator's son, it ain't me, because like something like the senator's son, I think didn't have to go to war.
Right.
So he made a song about that. I mean, it was a very intense song, Fortunate Son. And that whole album was about, it had a lot of like a war vibe to it. He had a song called Bad Moon Rising. Like, I think it was a song where guys that would have to go out on a night patrol and they just got a bad feeling, you know, like, hey, we might not come back. And then you're getting orders from these other people. Oh yeah, you got to take that mountain, you got to take that hill. Then they make movies like Clint Eastwood make that movie Hamburger Hill, because guys were getting turned into hamburger meat basically. So they call it Hamburger Hill. Of course, the famous one, Platoon, showing how soldiers turned on other soldiers. I mean, horrible, horrible stuff. And then guys coming home to the point where it was like, man, I used to have the clip where the Vietnam veteran is saying that, you know, he saw his friend get ended right in front of him and it made him very angry. And it's tough, man. Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, it really is. I didn't know Oliver Stone was in Vietnam. I didn't know. Wow. That's
Yeah.
and
That's,
some, yeah. You got mistakes?
no, I was just gonna say that's been, we had it good at Generation X because we were probably the only generation that really didn't have a major world war.
Yeah,
Prior,
just yeah.
prior to that, every generation did.
Yeah, I mean, it was skirmishes when we were growing up. What was it? The
Grenade that.
Contras. I think in
Oh,
the late 80s was Panama. Scribe was actually in Panama because he was born there, but he's an American citizen because he's father's Air Force. He yeah, and he would always pronounce it because Scribe he pronounces Spanish very well. He's not as fluent as you are, but I think he calls it contra, like it's contra, where
right.
it's like what is it, like an opposition, I think he said it means. Like
Yeah. Well, it's the
yeah,
same meaning as in English, contra.
yeah, yeah. So it's like, you know, you have that. Panama, I had a friend in the Marines. He's still affected to this day. He was in Panama and a guy next to him got his head blown off and the blood got on him. And he knew the guy. It was his friend. So I mean, seeing that as a teenager, or he might have been like 20 at the oldest. I mean, he was changed. He was
Right.
changed, you know. That's some really, I mean, how do you have a guy come back in society? Like, that's where it's like Varun was saying, they start drinking the alcohol, they start doing these. When I was in Fort Hood, Texas, guys were getting killed, run over by tanks and stuff during training. I mean, it was really messed up. Accidentally shot on the range. And I'm like, guys are getting killed in peacetime. Imagine what happens if, you know, we go to the war. And you're right, we were free of mostly all the conflicts being Gen X. We kind of got lucky in a way.
Major wars, like
Yeah,
Vietnam.
yeah, exactly. It's like the really tough ones, I would say, would be like the Korea, the Vietnam,
Yeah.
especially the World Wars. Vietnam just seems like a nightmare from what people were saying. And I've spoken with Vietnam vets when I was in the Army, and they reveal different things to you. They talk to you different, as if I would talk to them now.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
There's
That,
a
that
lot of injuries. I mean, of course, 50-something thousand died or 60,000 died, but the amount of people who were disabled, injured,
mhm.
you know,
And then more than that ended themselves when they came back. So you had 60,000 or something that got ended over there. And then we had more than that, they said, ended themselves when they came back. So they came back alive, disabled. Some came back not disabled, but mentally affected. And then, so now you're looking at, it brought the stat up, I think, to almost 150,000. People could look it up and check the stat. And no, I wasn't deployed for the Iraq. Yeah, yeah, it just, I thank goodness I wasn't, I mean, it just, I guess I just missed it. Some people I knew were deployed for that. And the unit that I was in, it changed because I was in an infantry unit. That same unit was deployed eventually. And yeah, man, I talked to guys that were over there, and it's brutal. Like, guys were telling me about because the stuff was going on way after that, that they were telling. They never left Kuwait after they went in there. I think there still might be a base there. There's what, over 180 bases around the world. So you have, I think we have a base in Guam.
Yeah, yeah, we
Yeah.
do.
And that's like over, in the North Polynesia, Micronesia type of area.
Military industrial complex, that's for sure.
Mr. X, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Uh, you belong to Generation X, right? Don't you feel Generation X is somewhat like I like Generation X because they like to they kind of think out of the box. They're very innovative. Millennials like me and all are like lethargic and laid back, and Gen Z and Gen Alpha is in an even more bad condition. But Gen X was kind of cool. They could think out of the box. They could find solutions to many problems, and they would actually be more hardworking, and they would like they wouldn't whine and complain like the way millennials do. They would somehow fix the problems as well. So they're actually a generation that kind of is what do you say, I think their work ethic is required a lot right now. They're the way they can think out of the box for and find innovative solutions to problems. Don't you think they're pretty amazing that way, the Gen X set of people who were born that time?
Well, at that time in the 80s, we didn't have the smartphone technology or information at our fingertips. I mean, if we wanted to find something out, you had to make an effort, go to the public library, or, you really had to do your research. So I think, maybe that's the contributing factor to it. We were accustomed to life without the ease of technology. Uh,
Yeah.
that's why, and to think outside the box, well, we didn't have social media or all this influence over us to tell us what to think. We could think, we have to come up with something ourselves, basically. Um,
Yeah, man. Jihad Maxer, thank you for the support, brother. He says, my old coworker was in the Afghan war. The war was based on drugs. He claimed he saw warehouses the size of Walmart full of heroin. The CIA came in and seized all of it. They also burned poppy fields. Wow.
hmm.
That is deep, man. That is like, and there's been pictures of these fields being guarded by soldiers.
I've seen that.
Holy,
Too. Yeah, they said not to touch them, actually.
yeah. That's like the fact that the CIA, he's saying, wow, that they seized it, man. That's just, and there's a lot of people that do talk about this. There's pictures, there's people saying, hey, when they were over there, basically that's what their job was, to make sure the fields, and then
Right.
to think, yeah, Mr. X.
No, I was going to say, not, I think I've heard 90% of heroin comes from that area because of the climate and the hills and the mountains. That's why they produce so much of it. It has the right circumstances. But also that heroin, guess what? It's used in our pharmaceutical companies.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And then, this is, early 2000, they start that war. And then next thing you know, now we have an opioid epidemic with the heroin in the pills, basically. Thank you, Charles Maxer. That was it's very awakening comment. Yeah, it just, the stuff that they're doing, just yeah, pharmaceutical industrial complex. And when we look at the fact that we have an opioid, like, to the point of this epidemic, it's like an undercover epidemic of people hooked on these pills, oxycodone, I think Percocet, and Xanax. I'm not sure if Xanax contains the morphine type substance in it too.
I know
But
OxyContin had poppy seeds. That's a fact.
that is like, it's so sad, man. It's so sad. And then you got guys coming back, and like as Rune's saying, they're gonna start, they're probably drinking alcohol already. When I got to my first unit in Fort Hood, I remember the sergeant first class, he telling me, he goes, and I'm 18. He's like, do you drink? And I said, yeah. He goes, you'll get along just fine. And I was like, wow. And he's a really cool guy. You know, I could tell he was like, he gave me that vibe. He was like one of those older guys, like kind of like a drunk almost, but he was a cool sergeant. And I just, I was like, wow, this is, you know, and I didn't drink a lot, but I remember when we did drink, we'd get into all types of stuff. And then, you know, alcohol is really the gateway drug, in my opinion. It really is. It just opens to people to getting STDs. It opens people to using other, you know, harder drugs, different drugs. And yeah, it just, yeah, man. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. Just, I think about that, like the amount of people that know people, like Jailhouse Max was saying, he has a coworker that actually, an old coworker from the Afghan war. It's really crazy, man. It's really crazy. They had a kid that was 18 a couple of years ago that was sent over to Afghanistan. So, and so now you had somebody that was born after 9/11, and so they were born after the 9/11 when the war started, and grew up, hit 18, and joined the military and was sent over there. So just thinking the conceptualization of that, to say, wow, the war has been going on for 20 years, over 20 years, and it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like, but it is. That's crazy. Varun?
MD, I wanted to ask you another thing.
Mhm.
This is just slightly off topic, but it is connected to the war. The Mujahideen, when they were fighting the US, they told the Americans, you're fighting an enemy that doesn't exist. You think that we're attacking you because we're against your way of life, your freedom, because of the way you live. That's not the case. It's because of what you're doing in the Middle East that we're attacking you. We're more like insurgents.
Mhm.
We are not enemies of freedom. We don't care what you do with your lives. But the American government lies to the public, saying that they attack us because of our freedom and because of the way we live, because we have women in the workplace. And then one CIA agent said that that is true, they don't like all that, but how many people will you find ready to blow up a person because they find a woman in the workplace offensive? That doesn't make sense. It's because of what you're doing in the Middle East that they find it offensive. And you're actually supporting tyranny in the Middle East, and your policies in the on the global stage have been disastrous. That's what the Mujahideen are telling, but you're not uh, telling the American public what they really want, what their motives really are. And you're saying that we're doing it to help them get democracy in the Middle East. That's all lies. And he said it actually, like, basically America is fighting an enemy that doesn't exist. Do you agree with that, MD?
Well, yeah, I think that if you look at pictures, I think it goes even further than that. If you look at pictures of Afghanistan and Iraq from, like, I think the 50s or the 60s, and women weren't wearing hijabs,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, so you look at that and you say, wait a second, you know, something had destabilized the government that was allowing more freedom there, and turned it into the more oppressive part of their religion. And it kind of, so you say, wait a minute, it's the same people, but you just had more extremists running it. And I think the Russians, because I remember hearing during that stuff with the Mujahideen, which is the Mujahideen Muslim or Hindu?
Mujahideen are Muslims.
Okay, so they were saying that the Russians were trying to infiltrate them too, right? And they were fighting against the Russians, and they would say smoke the Russians out of Afghanistan, like with, I guess, the hashish and stuff. Um, and then they came out with the MiG-29, I think, which is a helicopter, a war helicopter, and that was the beginning of the end for the Mujahideen, from what they say. Then America, they say, secretly funded them with the Stinger missile. And the ground to surface to air missiles would allow them, I think it was a range of 10,000 feet. So now they were able to fight back against I think it was the MiG-29s, I'm not sure, of the helicopter. And that actually turned the tide. And they were saying that proof of that years later was the fact that military jets, I think, couldn't fly lower than 10,000 feet when they were doing the Afghan war this last 20 years because of the range of those Stinger missiles. They still had, I guess, surplus of that. So when you look at these things, you start to say the war is, like you were saying, it's such a racket. A general from the Marines, I think it was General Smedley, he was saying that it's a racket. It's a racket for resources in somebody's country. And the resource over there would have been probably, I would think, the poppy fields. And it's funny enough, what do you see in The Wizard of Oz when Dorothy and the lion and the scarecrow and the Tin Man go through the poppy fields to get to Oz, and they fall asleep? And the only two that aren't affected from the poppy seeds are the two that aren't human, which they say, I think, was the Scarecrow and the Tin Man. So the lion fell asleep, Toto fell asleep, and I think Dorothy fell asleep. And it really had some deep, like kind of, it was a deep story, The Wizard of Oz. Mr. X, you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I remember hearing the media reports and everything like that, and it's 100% confirmed that whatever stories we're getting, I don't think we're getting even close to the real story. One thing that I thought was like a joke, because it really seemed like a big joke. They show some guy that they captured, and he goes, "This is one of the most dangerous people, a threat to America," and it's always some guy with a beard and wearing some shabby clothes and his hair all messed up.
Yeah.
The most advanced technology in the world. We have satellites, we have missiles, we have, everything, but we got to fear this guy with a beard. I mean, it's like they're insulting our intelligence. They really are. And
Yeah.
that tells me we don't know what's really going on.
Yeah.
Whatever this report is probably a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely. We're not getting the full story. We're probably getting such a small portion. So much stuff is happening that they're not saying. We got to learn to read in between the lines. We still won't know for sure, but we can get a little closer to say, wait a minute, it's not what they're telling us here. It's something else. Jailhouse Maxer says the same coworker that had a huge F flag is coming in the near future. Oh, said that in a huge one is coming in the future because last year Iran said a great surprise will occur, one that the world will remember for centuries. Wow. Yeah, that's a very cryptic message. It really, wow, man. I tell you, they're constantly, it's like a perpetual state of war on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even for as long as that we've been alive, but you could look back into history and say, well, when wasn't there people just doing this crazy stuff? Because even if you go back to Thomas Jefferson and stuff, you had the last parts of the Ottoman Empire, right? That were hijacking ships. And it's like, holy smokes. And then before that, you got the British, the Spanish, the French, all of them fighting. The Native Americans, trying to defend their stuff. You go before that. It's just it's like something is pitting human against human to end each other and then feeding off of the energy of death, I think.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah, right. It's horrible. And the zombies, the American zombie and the zombies around the world will cheer. They'll clap. It's like when they had an animated version that was a sequel to the Matrix, the first one called the Animatrix, and it has 9 different stories in animation that tells parts of the Matrix that people would like to see. So The second and third parts were the Renaissance. I think it was called the New Renaissance or something, and it told the story and animation of how the war between humans and computers started. It's a really good watch. You can probably find it on YouTube for free. The Animatrix, and it showed that it was like when Morpheus, I think, said it in the Matrix, when he said it was man who decided to blot out the sky, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So now in the Matrix, the Animatrix, he is they show you the animation of them doing that, and they're clapping like they came out with a decision because they started the war. They started the war. I think this is Scribe. He'll hop on. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like the Animatrix shows them saying they dropped a nuke on the city of one that was the robots, because the humans did not want to deal with them in the UN. And then they show how, okay, the now the robots declared, they're fighting back because we declared war, and the humans decided to blot out the sky. And you see, and then they're clapping at the decision. They're like, yeah, great. And that's what we see. Scribe, what's up, man? Welcome to the show.
I got a little bit late.
Yeah, man.
Right.
We're just hanging out.
Man?
Anything on your mind?
I haven't heard anything yet. Yeah, I'm just chilling for right now.
Had some pictures here of the alcohol that I made with the the possession possible. When I think about it, it's like it's possible, man. It's Calix says he's heard of it. Yeah, the Animatrix is actually really, really it's a good thing. Oh, Jailhouse Max he said there's no Tupac cells in the Islamic nations. He summoned you, man. He definitely, yeah, man. It just the war, the alcohol, the possession, alcohol and possession. I figured, yeah, man, that's we do see it. We do see it, man. Yeah. Mr. X? Yeah.
No, I'm just listening.
Right. Yeah, yeah, man. It's
That's the thing. All that kind of stuff is the legal stuff you can buy and they regulate, but the other stuff, the herb, the shroom, the herb, the things that are supposed to actually are designed for that mental, type of a lot of music for meditation, whatever, versus just straight alcohol.
mm-hmm.
You look at those things, you're like, wow, you see why one's legal and one's not.
Yeah.
Well, now things are changing, but just overall, anything that is mind altering is not going to be something they're going to support, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's definitely the herbals, the natural stuff. They basically demonized it for generations, and now it's legal in many states, but it's still, I think Mexico is fully legal, and Canada. Canada went fully legal before, but then, all right, they were fully legal, the whole country, but then look at what they did with the jab. It was straight tyranny, basically. And there's a lot of people that are complaining about that now, that are talking about it like openly. So if Mexico, I think it's fully legal in Mexico. I think cannabis is fully legal. Yeah. Many states, I think Florida has medical, right?
Medical.
Yeah, New York is fully legal, recreational. When recreational became legal, and I think it was Colorado first or Washington, I was like, holy smokes. I think Colorado. And that was like, wow. It's just unbelievable. And then the whole West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington, I think parts of Nevada. Then it just started to spread because people started to see the benefits. New York, a lot of New England, Maine, I think, is legal. I'm not sure. Maybe New Hampshire, Massachusetts definitely is. Rhode Island is. And Jersey, I think it is. It's kind of borderline. I don't think Pennsylvania is, but it's like there's a lot of states that are. I think Virginia. I'm not sure. I think Washington D.C. I think Maryland. There's a lot of states that are legal. CD says the jab wasn't worth it. That's why. Yeah, no, the jab, the fact that, the trust, it's like that, yeah. And peyote, I've never tried peyote. A friend of mine took it. He said that it was much, he felt it was more calmer than mushrooms and other like he I thought it was like because I seen it in Amsterdam. They had like the peyote cactus, and I said, man, I don't want to like wake up naked in the next town after taking this thing. So I didn't want to, I didn't take it. But I heard it's not, I guess the amount too. But he said it was cool. I mean, that guy was like a real astronaut. Wow. So it's calmer than acid. Wow. Wow. Yeah, they say that. I think they used to call it grandfather peyote or something, the natives, and so yeah, and I think all of that peyote, the mushrooms, I think these are healing plants. I would think because there's something that lets you look into yourself. Even some types of alcohol, I would think that not the commercial ones, but Stephen Booner has like a really good book called Sacred and Healing Beers. And they used to make beers like over 100 years ago, I think, with herbs and spices that were actually healing to the body. These were sacred and healing beers. I should have gotten that book when I had the chance. They probably got videos on it now, which are easier. But I had his other book called The Secret Teachings of Plants, where and he's a really, I mean, this guy's like an ethnobotanist type of guy. Yeah, the right amount. Yeah, I can honestly say that. But again, like Mr. X was saying, some people can open the door to possession, and some are protected from it, so they can use the alcohol. And yeah, the right dose at the right time. Yep. With the peyote, the mushroom, even the ayahuasca. I've known people that have done that. I was afraid to try that, but Graham Hancock is like a veteran at it, from what I hear. Yeah.
So when you go to school, what do you get? You get the processed food. You get the worst possible, burgers, pizza, whatever they got. It's like just the nastiest version of that stuff, and they pay no mind of that. It's like they don't. It's like imagine a Native American eating their natural stuff, knowing what's good and what's not, and then being sent to a public American school to eat like, artificial, burgers and stuff, and just seeing the difference in the nutrients alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
MD,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I need to go. I have some work to do, but thank you for having me on your show, MD. I'll see the rest of this later, like from where I
Yeah.
left
Yeah.
until it
Okay.
concludes. I'll see it later, MD. Thank you for
Yeah.
having me on your show.
Thank
Bye,
you for
MD. Bye,
coming on.
Scribe, and huh?
Yeah. Thank you for supporting the show, and thank you for coming on, Azroon. Thank you.
Yeah, bye, Mr. X. Bye, Scribe.
Have a good night, Ezra.
I will.
What were you saying? Scribe?
He looked at the rupees, or yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
That's pretty
he
neat.
definitely thank him, man, for supporting the show. I mean, and he added a lot of knowledge to the show too. He was talking about the bang, which is a drink that they make in India with the ganja. And I've read about it in High Times years ago. They had an article in one of the magazines called Home of the Gods, and it showed India, parts of it with the fields of ganja, the cannabis, and it showed how they used to make, well, they still do, according to Azroon. He said it gets you like, you get into like a really high, to where it's just like, holy smokes. Yeah. So like, they would mix it up like kind of like a shake. And I guess he didn't know if they mix up the buds. Well, I would assume it's the buds, and then add sugar, and then the sugar acts like a catalyst that will make you even more high, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, called Bang, Bhang. I remember. Yeah, that but I mean, he said the guru type people, the sadhus and stuff, they'll smoke it mostly. That and then the charas, the hash,
So
like
you
but
see how in the U.S. culture we lack any understanding of what these spices and ancient things they use, and stuff that's illegal that we can't use because we're children and we don't have responsibility to use these things. Ayahuasca, whatever, all these other things, the roots, the certain plants. We never get a chance to really understanding that stuff. So how are you supposed to heal yourself? We're focused on this other stuff, learn how to do this and that, but don't learn this other stuff here because you might find something out or whatever it is. But it's just mind blowing that the food alone, that should be a class within itself to teach people, okay, here's what's going on. It's almost
yeah,
like we ignore that ancient knowledge just to create a whole new, fictitious version of, the zombie thing,
hmm
to create a whole new version of people, a whole new race.
yeah, yeah. No, it's zombie city, man. It's just the fact that persecuting people. I mean, for a plant, and it just like that right there says so much. And then the zombie thing of seeing how people would tell on other people. You grow a plant, and it's like, oh, and now that it's legal, people can grow the plant. The zombies are cool.
Yeah.
Right? It's like it's like holy
But
smokes,
this is
man.
why I had this disagreement in the past with Jose. He said the people are going to rebel. It's like, what? People are never going to rebel. They're going to turn on each other. That's what
Hmm.
that's the evidence points to that.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they're gonna what was that thing in the gangs in New York when they did rebel? They said the rich got together and said, well, if it gets too bad, we can always pay one half of the poor to kill off the other half.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how, I mean, we see it now. They don't even have to pay one half. They pay a small percentage, and they arm them with guns and everything to police the rest of the population.
Hmm.
It's horrible at points when you look at certain things. And then yeah, you do have some crazy things going on in certain towns, but that happens because they don't allow the people to police themselves. If we try to protect ourselves, they send those same police to mess with us.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It just it's kind of like, oh, so if we have weapons and we say, look, we're going to make sure these people are not going to rob stores or people, and because the cops aren't going to get there on time. The majority of the time, they never arrive. They arrive after the crime,
Yes.
and it's really really messed up. Like cops themselves have come out and talked about this, where they say they don't want them making a lot of arrests. They want them on patrol, and sort of like to instill fear into people to say, okay, is everybody still afraid? You patrol and control. It just they try to say protect and serve, and it's like, come on, man. It's the lies, man, are just inundated with lies. I mean, the
Yeah,
lies
that's
about
that's our opinion. That's an opinion of this.
yeah. Our opinion is that it's not what it says it is. To protect and serve. It's like you have good people out there in law enforcement. You do, but those good people are outnumbered by people that are not there. Like, how does somebody in law enforcement fight that? You can't.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I think they just had a black cop. He was a black man who's a cop that was gonna testify against missing drugs that other cops had stole. He ended up they ended him. I think the FBI was investigating it. And that's the type of stuff I got to find a story again, because I figure in the daytime, if I start doing like news type stuff, to say, look at this. This guy's actually testifying against the dirty stuff that's going on, and he gets ended. I think they were saying a majority of undercover black detectives in New York City have been shot by white detectives.
Hmm.
So, I mean, and this is a statistic. I got to find the thing because I was thinking about like showing this stuff to say, look, this is a statistical fact. And I think it recently happened again. And this is something I remember hearing about this in the 90s. And it's like, so it kind of makes me wonder, like, okay, is it that there's such a crooked group that is behind the scenes, because they have cops that come out on YouTube now and say they became rich. They were making, one guy said he was making more money than the president off of corruption. He was a sergeant, and he showed how one time he went in and a guy was having a heart attack, and they go, should we call an ambulance? And the sergeant was like, nah, don't worry, and the guy ended up passing. And he goes, yeah, well, what are you going to say? He goes, that's your sergeant, the cop that was leading the, I forgot the way he put it. And he's like, no, you can't. That's like disobeying an order in the army. They're gonna lock you up.
Right.
And it's just, it's horrible when you think of the system. But there is such an evil. There's such a messed up, I mean, malicious group of people that are behind it, that are using a psychological. Basically, it's a psychological trick. Like Robert Greene made a good point. He said power is purely psychological, purely. And it's to make somebody think that, oh, well, no, don't worry. You can do that and I'll clear it for you. And you're doing something totally wrong. There was a guy in New York here that I had met about 2 decades ago. He was a cop. And before I knew he was a cop, he was talking about all of these laws. And I said, how do you know so much about the law? And he goes, he used to be a cop. And I go, really? So he goes, yeah, you didn't hear about that story where cops were taking the drugs off of dealers in Brooklyn and then taking it out to another borough to have guys to sell it for them? And I was like, yeah. And they rounded up like 30 or 40 of them. He goes, he was one of those cops. And he goes, he got a house out of it that he put in a relative's name. And he ended up getting only 3 years. 3 years. And I go, weren't you worried about being put away? You're a cop. He goes, nobody knew who he was. He goes, they didn't know he was a cop.
Hmm.
And I was like, I mean, and then he had a business he got out of it, putting windows in subway cars. So he had a house, he had that, he got out. And then I asked him, I mean, he was a cool guy. I asked him, I said, how did you start? How did you, what happened? And he goes, one time he was going through a dumpster and he found 4 kilos. And I was like, holy smokes. So you're looking at what, 80 grand, 100 grand right there. And he goes, he was so nervous, he left it in the trunk of the cop car for 2 weeks. He thought it was a setup. And after 2 weeks in the trunk of the cop car, he goes, he finally took it out. And he said he had relatives that could get rid of it for him. He gave it to him for 40 grand. So now he makes his first 40 grand right there, free. So imagine working as a cop, making 40 grand a year or 50 grand a year. And he gets these 4 kilos, sells them a dirt cheap price. So it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a year's pay in 2 weeks. And then he told me they raided a crack house in the Bronx once. And he goes, they got 130 grand in cash. And I think it was 115 grand in cash and 30 grand in crack. And he goes, they took 90 grand of the cash and split it and turned in the crack and the other 25 grand and arrested the guys that were in the thing. And that was, I think he might have told me about a few more incidents beside that. So it's just like, it's crazy when you look at these, these are stories from cops. These are stories, and I've heard them around, like all around the country. There was like cops in Houston that ended up doing time. Crazy, crazy stuff.
But this is why you can't rely on the government to solve your problems. It's like these political zombies who want free this, free that. Well, number one, there's nothing for free. I'd love that to be for free. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't work. Government is too corrupt. So
Yeah.
whatever government says that makes promises they make,
Mhm.
the only promise they should make is to give us cash. Any programs or things they want to initiate is going to be garbage because there's too much corruption at all levels.
Yeah, it's corruption on another level, man. I mean, when you look at the fact that pesticides and pollutants are being dumped into the water, they're fighting here in New York. Last month they were fighting it. I think they passed it. There was a law where you couldn't dump the nuclear waste into the Hudson River. Now, upwards of the Hudson River is the Indian Head Power Plant. That power plant, I think, is closed down, but they were throwing small amounts of nuclear waste into the Hudson River. And now they have a person owns it, and they passed this judge is trying to override the New York law, and he said, yeah, they're going to dump 45,000 gallons of nuclear waste into the Hudson River.
Jeez.
Now, the Hudson River, when it rains too much, it overflows. The sewers overflow. The sewers overflow and go into the river. So now you got raw sewage going into the Hudson River on the regular. And now they're going to dump in 45,000 gallons of nuclear. I mean, we are living in an experiment. And, you know, when I think, okay, yeah, it's great when the government gives you money, but we are in this system of slavery because one, it starts with having a little bit of land to grow at least half of the food you eat. Like tomatoes grow like very easy to grow, and they're they're food that you can get a nutritious nourishment from. Onions, so you can grow tomatoes, onions, a couple of other vegetables and fruits. So that takes care of your vegetables and fruits. Maybe have chickens, which aren't hard to raise. So now you're breaking away from the system. But the good part of breaking away from the system with that is that you're raising chickens that aren't, what they're being fed. So they're not, getting GMO type stuff. They're not getting antibiotic injections and stuff. So now the eggs are going to be better. They're not going to be in cages with thousands of other chickens that cause more diseases. So then you can deal with other farmers. There's a farmer about 3 hours west of New York City. I'm thinking about contacting him and asking him, like saying, look, because I see he's saying, look, man, I'll help you promote your business, because he's talking about how we're getting beef from Argentina, getting beef from China and other places, crap burgers, basically. And also other parts in other states in America. We don't even know. I mean, these things are so like given so many antibiotics and things that aren't cleared for humans, goes into the meat. But not only that, the meat is, look at what they're feeding these cattle. And that's what I want to talk with him about, to say, look, what are you feeding your cattle? I hope it's not, because I talked to a farmer in Vermont. He said that he feeds his cattle. He buys chicken litter or chicken crap by the ton, and he mixes it in with the cattle feed. I was on a Blog Talk radio show back in like 2010 and 2011, I think. And I was speaking with him on the show, and he goes, yeah, he goes, you're right about the feeding practices. He goes, I buy it. He goes, the problem is, that he buys it, and he goes, the problem that he saw, now he's thinking, okay, yeah, the chicken litter, the chicken crap is still got some nutrients, they're saying, whatever. But he's saying the problem is you'll find dead chickens in there too. So now all of this is getting mixed up with hay and grain, and it's forced to the cattle. If they don't eat it, they don't get no other food. So they're forced to eat it. Same thing with the GMO.
But you see, this is why we have this Frankenstein stuff, because when it's about profit and not survival, that's when you get all this Frankenstein stuff, because now it's about profit. It's not about nutrients. It's not about saving lives. It's not about sustenance. It's not about anything but making profit. And we can just give you the, to the point where a lot of stuff is even, made illegal because it's done so much harm to people over the past, but just, the sugars, everything, all things that have to be modified to make this candy or to make this popular, whatever it is, Doritos, whatever it is. So now, it's based off profit, not survival. So now everything we have and own is based off that. So it's not designed to really help you. It's actually, bad for you. So that's why all these things are being poisoned. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they use profit as a distraction. Like these farmers themselves would use more natural methods, and the natural methods are more sustainable. But once they start to use the pesticides, the GMO corn feed, the things that now they can't turn back, the overpopulating of cattle in certain areas. So now you're going to start getting diseases, which they're going to have to use antibiotics. They're going to have to use other things. The hoof and mouth disease that cattle are susceptible to. There's a book called The Secret Life of Plants. And in that book, the guy talks about experiments that they were doing in India back in, I think, the early part of the 19th century, late 1800s, 1900s. And he said that using the ecosystem all naturally, he goes, it would lessen the diseases that the cattle would get, especially hoof and mouth disease. And they didn't want to listen. He said they actually were, the British were, taking over a lot of farms there and pushing this stuff over 100 years ago. That was causing problems where now you had to deal with, how do we deal with the hoof and mouth disease that the cattle are getting? Where he's saying when we were doing the natural system, their natural immunity was preventing them from getting it. And if it was the happenstance that, to be there, it would be minimalized. And the same thing with pesticides. Without using the pesticides, you planting different crops next to each other that would attract different insects that would fight the predator insects on the plants. But no, they say no, that we don't want those other plants next to the corn and stuff, because we could be planting more corn there. I mean, and some people would say, oh, it's a greed thing. No, they're doing it purposely, acting like, oh, no, we want all corn. It's like, no, that's gonna destroy the system here. And then you're gonna tell us to get rid of the locust. Now we got to spray this. And then when we spray this, it goes into the soil and it's hard to grow the next corn again. So what have they gotten to 100 years later? They genetically modify the corn to where you can spray it as much as you want and the corn won't die. Because now the corn basically has the pesticide, the genes are altered. And this is being fed not just to people, but to the animals that the people eat. I mean, it's insane. And it's not, I would say, yeah, profit is the reason they try to say, oh, it's just, no, they're like purposely engineering people to just be, I mean, it's horrible. It's really horrible, man. And this is where American Zombie shines, to say, look, we are living in a zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead, because nobody cares, really. I mean, the fact that they stopped feeding cattle the chicken litter, I think, for a year around 2006, because they feed the chickens, they were saying, the remnants, the parts of the cattle that are like the waste parts, they ground it up and put it into chicken feed. And they were worried because the chicken feed, right, that they're eating, which is part cow parts, when they defecate and the chicken crap, and they take the chicken crap and feed it back to the cattle, they were afraid that the cattle parts might come out, which eventually will come out into the chicken feces that they're feeding back to the cattle, right? That, and they knew that the mad cow disease was being caused by cattle eating cattle parts. So they stopped it for a year until whatever, somebody got paid off and it went back to square one. But before that, when they were having a problem with the mad cow disease, it had came from feeding cattle those cattle parts, saying, "Oh, we butchered all these cattle and we got all these waste parts. Grind it up and put it into the cattle feed." And I'm like, "You gotta be kidding me!" And this is what's
So man, they don't care. Man,
yeah.
that's the greed is what creates that.
I don't know if it's greed. I think it's monsters that are behind the scene, like horrific, just I don't even know what to call them, that are like, look, we're gonna just denaturize everything. I mean, this is beyond evil. This is beyond evil when you look at the food system like that. When you look at what they're doing and what they've been doing, I think Eric Schlosser wrote a book called Fast Food Nation. I might still have it. And he was showing how they passed a law where you couldn't put grounded up spine into, I think, ground beef. And they passed a law where now you can. And this was over a decade and a half ago. So people getting their crap burgers, they're getting spine burgers too, because spine would be the part of the cattle that could hold certain type of pathogens, diseases, whatever. I mean, this is just horrible beyond another level. And to get people to forget it, like the name of the stream, alcohol and possession, it's like they just inundate the population with alcohol. And it's crazy. Mr. X?
Yeah, I was going to mention, I was just looking it up because I thought I'd heard about this. Maybe you had mentioned it earlier about the pharmaceutical company Bayer, which in 2018 they acquired Monsanto, which was a heavily agricultural business, and for 63 billion. But of course, they're a major player in the pharmaceutical industry with not just over the counter, but prescription medications. They're huge. So there is a definite tie between the agricultural. They also produce a lot of the pesticides and herbicides and seeds that go into the agriculture. So there is a tie-in between pharmaceuticals and our food supply. There's no question about it. So are they making the foods purposely to cause sickness so they can enhance their sales of pharmaceuticals? Well, there's definitely a connection there. You look at Bayer. Look at Bayer right there.
Yeah. And I think with Bayer and Monsanto, they were saying one has the chemical that causes certain cancer, and then the other, Bayer, has the pharmaceutical that they give to the people that acquire the cancer.
Yeah, they have oncology. They have a pharmaceutical division just for oncology.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's literally insane when you think about it. And that's where I'm saying that goes beyond chance or greed or profit, and stuff. It goes beyond that because it's an unsustainable, and not just unsustainable. It's creating it created a population of zombies.
Yes.
And these zombies were created like decades ago, if not 100 years ago, almost. And in movies from like 1953, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I think people were making those movies to kind of show, like, look, man, this is zombie land. This is when Night of the Living Dead, I think, came out in the 60s, like late 60s, maybe early 70s. Dawn of the Dead was the 70s. I mean, you had movies that were almost prophetic. Soylent Green, the Omega Man, Planet of the Apes, Logan's Run, Brave New World. And I'll be doing like reviews on all of those because I think it's necessary to be like, look, man, this is necessary. This is necessary to hopefully cultivate and, of course, find other survivors in the zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead.
I mean, They Live was like the ultimate, gift for that.
Yeah. They Live in 1987 was a monumental movie. And Roddy Piper said himself, it's a documentary. And then a year after they lived, 1988, The Believers. The Believers is not really a well-known movie.
I
Martin,
think I saw that movie. Yeah, I saw that movie after your recommendation, actually,
thanks, man. And that's the one with Martin Sheen, right?
with the satanic rituals that were going
Yep.
on.
Yeah. And I don't even think it was satanic. Like when you look at the movie, they had it was a couple that went to Africa and was studying a tribe, and their son fell ill. And then one of the young African boys fell ill. And they said there was a ritual that they could do to save one of the boys, but it would be putting the energy of one of the boys into the other. And they put the foreigner's, son had passed, and the African boy was saved. And that ritual that they saw, like, holy smokes, this thing actually works. As the person grew older, they started demanding more, like these sacrifices of people's young sons in the movie The Believers.
Mm-hmm.
They would gain power from it. Like, now it could have had I think there is a satanic element to it. I got to watch the movie again.
Yeah.
But it's right. You look at that, like, and then they had a part where you see all of these corporation CEOs that came out, and they had sacrificed, one of their children to gain power. There was a part in the movie with that, and they tried to get Martin Sheen's son was the right age to be the next one to be done, so they could all keep their positions and everything and keep this thing going. And then somehow he broke the spell, and he ended up rebelling. And it's a really good movie. Yeah, it's a really good movie. I mean, The Believers, I'm surprised. You could see why they suppressed that movie.
Mm-hmm.
In the last Stanley Kubrick movie, what's it called? I forgot that
Eyes
he
Wide
died
Shut.
during yeah, Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, interesting how he passed during that movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like he said, you know what, Alan, who was it? Russo, Alan Russo or
Aaron Russo, yeah.
Aaron Russo,
Trading
yeah.
Places.
Yeah, Trading Places. He made a film called From Freedom to Fascism. And he said in that documentary that he was talking to one of the elites, and he said they told him, look, we just want to get people with the chip. If they don't listen, we turn the chip off. And he made the movie trying to tell us, like, look, man, this is what they're doing. And he was ended after that. Like, he was already in a cancerous state, and then that was it. They probably accelerated it somehow. I mean, when you look at some of the stuff that people got, like, look at pancreatic cancer. The fact that people get that and pass in 3 weeks, that ain't natural. That's it. And this is where we have to think for ourselves to say, okay, this is our opinion that this is possibly engineered. It's on. And then the people who get in really bad spots with it, they're like, oh, you have to take our treatment if you want to live. And the treatment, what does it do? The treatment, in my opinion, is worse than the disease. It's like, what the heck? Yeah. Keeping people sick seems to be a business.
Yeah.
Yeah, natural doesn't have a full page of side effects. That's worse than the actual thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can only talk about this on stuff like American Zombie, because this is why I named the channel that we named it. Scribe came up with the name when for the book, and I'm going to release that stuff in video form for free. So when I write the other book about human origins, that's the one that'll be on Amazon. I'll probably put something on Amazon too, just so people have it in printed form with the zombie spectrum and all of that from the other videos I did, to show people, like, look, you have 8 parts of the major zombie spectrum that will have subcategories that I showed, and then also subdivisions of those categories. Kalix says, have you seen Society? No, I haven't. What year was that in, if you know? Society, it sounds familiar. Is that just the name, Society? Or have you seen society? Oh yeah, like he's saying society in general. Society in general is just on a society in general is the zombie movie. It is the zombie movie. I mean, we got people eating crap burgers. I mean, it's I don't even know how to say it basically. Why though? Good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure, man. If you want to hop on, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat. If anybody wants to hop on, yeah, man. This is the zombie apocalypse of the people
Well,
who don't.
it's the same idea like when they tried to come to the chief to say, look, we want to buy your property. We want to buy all your property you had for generations, and you know we'll give you a good deal. And it's like, buy what are you gonna buy? With what? It's like you gonna buy the sky, the air, the stream, you know, the rivers. It's like, how does that even work? Just the idea of buying land, just to me, is mind blowing. Just to have the balls, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they have a
To me, it's a
book.
sacred thing. I was like, oh, I own this. Really, you own that?
Well, what was the native saying? They said, he who thinks he owns the earth, he goes, when your bones turn to dust and go back into the soil, and when the blood in your veins go back to the oceans, then you'll see that it is the earth that really owns you. I mean, these guys were so deep, and all tribal pagans of Europe, the Shinto of Japan, all the tribes in any tribal nation in Africa, Australia, India, South America. These native people of all colors, all types, have some of the deepest philosophy that I've ever read and ever looked into. They had a book. Somebody wrote it and credited it to Chief Seattle, and it says, "How can you?" I think it's called "How can you sell the sky?" You know, and that's what they didn't understand. It's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that you want to buy the lake. You can't own nobody can own the lake. You know, and this is where they say these foreigners come here and they write something on a piece of paper, and like magic, they think it's true. Like, oh, this paper says I own this, or you gave me this, or something like that. It's really crazy. I have to look this up, Alexis. I've seen the videos. I haven't watched any, so I have to. Yeah, you know, yo, Calix is hilarious, man. Holy smokes, bro. Yeah, man, he says he just took a dab. Yeah, that's holy smokes. Yeah,
Well, we really also see is where did when did the world change from? When I say world, I mean the people, the humans in on it went from native tribes, which are still our existence of that today, to what we've become, straight up Avatar invader type of situation. Like, where do you think? When do you think that started? Because that, you know, it seems like it's kind of recent, because you would think, okay, by now they've already taken out a lot of, you know, tribes in Amazon, a lot of tribes in, you know, Chile, different areas of the world, forests that are still intact. They're going in there. So it seems like it's a kind of a recent takeover in the last 1,000 years. So what do you think changed between the natural human living off the land versus what we see now, the artificial AI takeover, whatever this is, whatever you think this is?
I think that when we look at the progression from the Columbus thing, it was as if things were being reset, and it's like, okay, people were living in the majority of the world was tribal, and whatever it is that's behind the scenes that's controlling humanity, that understands almost everything, to say, okay, they have the maps of the world. They send Columbus, they send Pizarro, Cortez, and these guys to come over, knowing or unknowingly, they're going to do their mission. And because this group or entity has a way of being able to complete agendas that go for hundreds of years to thousands of years to possibly hundreds of thousands of years. And you look at the progress. I mean, there's towns in New York that were started in like the 1600s, before the Declaration of Independence. So this is like a mapped out invasion of the world, that when whatever happens, if it say has a cataclysm and it destroys things, they'll restart it again. And it seems that it has happened from Sumeria to Egypt to Greece to Rome. And then this is the new Rome, basically. This is the new Egypt, the new Sumer. Because, I mean, you look on the back of the dollar bill to corroborate this. Why is there a pyramid? And it looks like an Egyptian pyramid. And then on one side, and then the eagle on the other side. It has so many symbols. The fasces from Rome is on the back of the dime. So back of the US dime is the fasces from Rome. So it's showing us that this thing that, like you were saying, when things happen and the majority of the world is tribal, they say, okay, we're going to have to rebuild it. And we're going to use the humans to do it. And it seems from evidence, it looks like it's something like that, to say, okay, this was started back the Industrial Revolution. They make humans re-engineer the old technology, create the steamship, all of this stuff, because you can find this stuff back in ancient history, ancient inventions, stuff like that, to say, wait a second, this is really, Alexis, I think yeah, good. What were you saying?
It's like the Brahmanas in India.
Yeah.
They're supposedly thousands of years.
Yeah, thousands. When Azrun asked,
you dug up in the mountain, the side of a mountain, or something like that.
Yeah, well, they were saying that they even had like floating ships, like they called cities, that Shiva was fighting against. So you look at stuff like there is accounts, like you look at this and say, this is like beyond any science fiction movie. I think that the science fiction movies get some of their material from this. They really do. It's clear.
Definitely. Yeah.
Alexa says, MD, the zero sugar Coke still zombified. Zero sugar Coke, in my opinion, is zombie juice. It's straight zombie juice. Yeah, it's like, and I have to say, vegan skeptic, that I don't agree with nearly if nearly nothing can zombify you, right? If you're a vegan, then what happens if you start eating meat? Wouldn't that, like I used to be a vegan, a vegetarian for a little bit. I think that there are some days where you don't need to eat meat. You don't have to eat it every day. Once you start eating it every day, it's kind of hard to stop. I think, quitting a lot of things like that is great for our temples. Yeah, you're right on that, man. Definitely right on that. And thank you, man. It's hello, and thank you for another great topic. I'm going to have better ones. I did this one because I figured, okay, alcohol and possession. I was going to do one about Neanderthals. I was thinking about that, like the Neanderthal story of, is it fact or fiction? Which we know from science and research, it's fiction. And again, that would bring in where I have to present the evidence, which is easy. It's there. But I figured, okay, the alcohol one, I thought today would be more, people would be more interested in that. There is a stream that I was on for guys from the UK where I did get into a debate about evolution. And I want to ask him when he streams again. I have clips of it. Like if I could, I can use the clips regardless, because it's in accordance with YouTube's policy where you can comment on other people's videos. So I can use it, but I'm just going to let them know, like, look, when you guys try to ambush me about the evolution thing, because they had a guy on that is supposedly high level PhD or something that, claims to be a materialist and all of this. And they literally were evading my question. And then like that other one that Mr. X knows, the taco one that paid to have me put backstage because I was asking questions that was breaking down their illusion. It was, and that's something when people are afraid of questions, that's like the height of zombification, where you can't even ask the question. When I say, look, religion is based on a belief system that installs a behavior that creates a belonging. Those are 3 criteria for a religion, which there are others too. I will start to mention them, but those three are main. What do we see in evolution?
So-
A belief. Yeah, go ahead.
So the biggest question, MD, would be where did dinosaurs eventually turn to birds? That's basically what they're saying. If we look at that compared to the other species, does that seem plausible at all? To going from a ground animal to a flying animal with feathers, right?
I mean, the absurdity to just even postulate something like that and print it in a book is just as fact is beyond ridiculous to me. It's like, it's a good thing that I have the science and the understanding to explain why that can't happen. But when I look at the evolution zombies that will fight and say like, oh, no, these life forms can change into another life form. So it's like, so you're telling me a reptile is going to change into a bird? And so many things dispel that. The fact that they found fossils of birds in supposedly older layers than reptiles, or just as old. That right there, it's like, okay, so you're telling me birds didn't exist when we're seeing, according to their dating methods, that it does. But yet the lies that come with people that have this zombification is just never ending. It's like a fountain of lies that's just never ending. It's just continual. It's regenerating lies. I mean, and it's nothing against the person that is themselves. It's the behavior that
Of course,
they're
that's our
exhibiting.
opinion as far as that. I mean, it's our
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah, yeah. It's just saying, look, this is what we're presenting evidence to say. Look, we want to educate people. We'd rather educate them, but you cannot educate the zombie. Some people will awaken. The majority will try to zombify you. The fact that they did not want to answer the question. First, they say, okay, we'll answer it. And then I'm okay. Show me the proof. What's the name of this common ancestor? What's the name of the bacteria that you're telling me? Oh, no, that doesn't
But you
matter.
see, but you see the similarities between that and the whole flat Earth thing versus the globe Earth. How to protect the official story that they had to contrive and add so much, you know, string theory to. I would say that
Mhm,
add so much
mhm.
all extra stuff to it that doesn't exist. It's very hard to defend that when you try to ask any question because it has to be so insane for it to make sense. So yeah, you know, T-Rex turned into a chicken, and then these guys turned into birds and all. That's why you see bird. But to say that with a straight face, is that
Yeah.
you have to believe that. That's that long stretch. Who said the bigger the lie, the easier the bigger to fool the masses or whatever. But when you see those things how they fall apart so quickly, it's like, yeah, you realize that the all that we've been taught is based on that type of ideology. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And Vegan Skeptic has a good point. We got the pinned to the top of the chat if you want to hop on, Vegan Skeptic. Yeah, you're right. A persistent mind. See, and this is what I talk about in some of the videos about the mental shields. The mental shields, that persistent mind will create that system where it's almost impossible to shut down, and the system will struggle to zombify you. As long as you keep your mental shields up, you're good, man. Alexis June, brother, thank you for the support. I appreciate it, man. He says McDonald's serves 6.48 million burgers daily. How does McDonald's get enough beef to do that? Also, we're ignoring all the other restaurants and stores serving meat. And are there more cows than humans, MD? Thank you for this question, and thank you for the support, man. They are theories, in my opinion, to stay within YouTube guidelines. And you guys know we can speak in certain ways that we can express knowledge, that there are theories that they're not, these are not all going to be cow burgers. So they can be mixed with other animals. Some people are saying, like, every day in the United States, they say they collect like over 100,000 roadkill animals. And a lot of the roadkill animals goes into pet food, dog and cat food. Let's just say the roadkill gets even higher than that. We're probably, in my opinion, eating stuff like that. The people that are eating McDonald's. Now, McDonald's also might be having some cloned type of meat too, because remember, they passed the law.
Again, this is the opinion thing is very important here because
Yes,
now
yeah.
we're
Yeah, exactly.
we're
In
interjecting a
my
lot of
opinion,
yeah.
that in my opinion, but also people can look it up, that in 2008, I think they passed the law to allow cloned meat to be sold in supermarkets without labels. Now, there are videos that just recently popped up about this, where people are starting to say, like, now it's coming out. Campbell's Soup just had like one of their CEOs just come out and said that he didn't want to eat 3D printed chicken in some of the stuff. So now these videos are very current, last few days. So now we have the possibility, and it's an excellent question, Alexis. Excellent. Thank you for the support. It's like the cows, when you look at it, I don't think, now I'd have to look it up, but I don't think there's more cows than humans on the planet. I don't think that all of the burgers are cows. So this is my opinion. And that when I look at this, I say to myself, like, it's crazy, because I'm you're one of the few people like here, you're one of the survivors that to even ask the question like that, to say, hey, this is a valid question. And we know nobody else is thinking about stuff like this. They don't care. They want to go buy the conglomerated burger. They want to buy the mystery burger. These are mystery burgers. That's probably the best way to put it. In my opinion, it's a mystery burger, because one, I did talk about what they're feeding the cattle, which is a fact. You can look it up. The chicken litter, the chicken basically feces, fecal matter mixed in with grains and hays and fed to the cattle. That's beyond Frankenstein stuff. And then when you butcher the cattle up and you get the parts that are basically waste, you crumble them up and feed them back to the chickens. That's unbelievably insane. So stuff that might not be, and when you think of these things, stuff that might not be put into to edible stuff, like the lungs of a cow, the stomach, the stuff like that, grounded up and fed back to, it's disgusting, man. It's disgusting. But people, the majority of the zombies are not going to care. The fact that they have now what's being fed to the cow, right? The stuff that's builds the cow's meat. And that's what the burger is. And that's if you're getting a cow burger. You might be getting a little bit of a cow and a lot of something else. You might be. But it's like, when I think about just the fact America has, what they say, 340 million people, right? Let's just say 240 million of them are solid meat eaters, which we know it's more than that. But just for the sake of ease, 240 million, right? And 24 hours in a day. So 240 million people. And they eat meat every day. So how many animals would you have to kill, or would you have to process to feed all of these people? And as you get into the calculation, right, 24 hours for 24 million people. So now that's 1 million an hour, right? A million people need to be fed. And if an animal, now a cow is going to feed more than one person, but we got 240 million. So not 1 million, because that's 24 million, right? You got 240 million. So 10 million people an hour need to be fed. So 24 hours, you're getting 240. And I'm just doing this like this so you get like a open like thing of the numbers and stuff to say, okay, there are millions that would need to be killed. Let's even say just 1 million or 500,000 even. That means 12 million animals a day. Now, those animals produce feces, like the pig farms in North Carolina, which is like the 4th most polluted state. You can, and I got to get pictures of this when I do future streams. You guys are going to love it, where I show the pig farms and then the gigantic square lakes of sewage that the pigs create. In North Carolina, they were spraying the sewage in the air to try to just get it to fly over, and communities were complaining about this. And of course they did it in poor communities. It was so sad. It was so sad. Old ladies and stuff were saying, look, they couldn't keep their windows open. It was disgusting. And you can see videos of this, of them spraying this stuff in the air. So to say, okay, we can't get rid of, what are we going to do with all this animal feces? We fed some of it back to other animals. We still got loads of it every hour, every day. The Mississippi River, forget it. That's chicken crap river. The amount of chickens is just on another level that are getting slaughtered. So it's just,
and on top of the waste too, the amount of waste every day that especially Americans, like when they, Arby's or McDonald's or whatever, when they lock up for the night, there's like tons of wasted extra stuff that they just throw away, and the homeless people can't eat it, and they lock it up like, nope, can't give it to nobody, and they just have to throw it away. It's like, it's just mind blowing.
Yeah, but to answer Alexis June's question, it's like, yeah, I don't think there's more cows than humans, because we can look it up. Like if we look up, okay, I'll type it in. How many cows in the USA, right? Okay. As of January 1st, 2025, there were approximately 86.7 million head of cattle and calves. So that's not just, so that's including calves. So it's going to be less if you're counting adult cattle. So if they're saying 86.7 million heads of cattle and calves in the US, with 27 million beef cows, 9.3 million milk cows, and the total inventory was 87 million and change, according to January 1, 2024, according to a separate report. So right now we're seeing, like, to answer Alexis's question, and thank you, Alexis, for the support, brother. He said, aren't cows literally so fat and unnatural they have to poke a hole in their bodies and let gas out? Well, they have some that where they have the cows, they have this hole that they make through the side of them. Yeah, where it's to check also for stuff in the cow, like not necessarily. See, the stuff that they put in there is what they're giving the cow. Now you have to let the gas out. Like they're saying, oh, it's the methane and stuff the cow's farting, but it's not as crazy as they're saying. But yeah, they have to actually, now it's like, for lack of a better word, Franken cow. Yes, now it's Franken cow. And they will have a hole where they can put with a plastic glove that goes up to the arm, beyond the forearm, up to like the shoulder almost, to where they can reach into the cow and they can literally touch the stomach and, the cud and the grass or whatever, the feed that they're eating, it mixed up in there. It's freaking, Frankenstein experiment is an understatement. It is an understatement. Yes, you have a very good point there. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, man. This is like, it needs to be talked about. It needs to be talked about. This it really makes me wonder. Like, this is beyond what a normal person would think about. It just, the fact that there's only 86 million cattle, right? So it makes you wonder. So now you can't, like, a person can't say, oh, there's 86 million cattle ahead. So, if they would, that cattle can feed so many people, but it takes time for the cattle to grow. So when you butcher them, and it does this, it's like, the numbers don't add up. The numbers just don't add up. It really makes me like, it has to be, I got to do so much more research on this now, because the years have went on, and we're saying to ourselves, like, wait a second, there's no possible way that they could be feeding everybody these burgers and then be cattle burgers, like they're saying, like they okay, well, they say, you know what, pass a law and mix up the spines in there, that'll give us a couple of extra burgers in there. But somebody fell in it, and who cares? Now, this is my opinion, of course, YouTube guidelines. People, their accidents happen. I mean, there was a guy, meat packing plants, all type of stuff happened. People losing fingers, all type of stuff. They ain't stopping it. I think there was instances, years, where people find, a tip of a finger in a tomato sauce can and stuff like that. The food industry, the zombie food industry, basically, they don't care. They don't care. They're feeding us just the way they have this sick nutcase, I don't even know what to call it, Addams Family type of monster system, where they're feeding chicken crap to cows, feeding cows, parts back to the chickens. What do you think they're feeding us? They're feeding us some real, I mean, one, this denatured stuff, and two, something that we don't even know. And this is why I'm taking the American Zombie channel into this realm, into this solid everyday, saying, hey man, this is the report for today. You definitely streaming once a day, maybe even more. But to say, look, they just had a recall on a blood pressure cholesterol medication because they're saying that it could contain some cancer causing stuff in it. So this is like stuff that needs to be known. And when I think about it, this is the type of stuff that needs to be talked about on American Zombie, because it's to help people and to inform them and to say, look, be careful. This was recalled. If you have it in your cabinet, we need to address this. Alexa says all zombies care about is consume, consume, consume. They don't care or know where the meat is coming from. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So MD, how much meat are we eating is real meat? I would say when we're eating meat, when it's like the crap burgers, the mystery burgers, I would say less than 50% of what they're telling you it is, in my opinion. That other 50%, and 50%, I'm giving a high percentage. It might be 20%. 20% cow, 80% mystery, in my opinion. And if you just buy a steak, like Calix is saying, you have to look into things where I'll be putting out presentations on meat glue. Meat glue is stuff that they use to glue together parts of meat to make it look like a steak. You definitely, I'll present the evidence for this, Calix. Meat glue. So you got meat glue that they're gluing together pieces, and it's hard to tell. People, they're selling this stuff in restaurants. They're selling this stuff in restaurants to where you think you're getting a steak, meat glued up pieces. So we got meat glue. We got the in my opinion, and when I get the studies on this, I'll presented because it's coming out. The cloned meat, the 3D printed meat. There's videos on that. Matter of fact, Campbell's CEO came out with the 3D printed chicken, but they're also saying they're printed, they're experimenting with 3D printing all types of meats. What's to say they're not going to be printing human meat? Alexis says, is Wendy's a crap burger? They all claim their meat is from fresh, unlike yeah, Wendy's is definitely crap city. Yeah, Wendy's crap, all of them are crap burger. Mystery Taco Bell couldn't call their filling for the taco, I think beef filling at one point. They had to call it taco filling because it had other ingredients in it. So I'm going to look up. I'm glad you guys are asking these questions because I'm going to look it up and make sure I got the screenshots, everything for this, because I researched this many years ago, and it's, the results are shocking. Christopher, good to see you, brother. He says, I'm cooking steak and eggs for breakfast. This is hard. Listen, yeah, man, it's a tough one. It is a tough one, bro. This is it's a tough one. Calix says Wendy's stores is closed. I think a few of them might be open, but you could be right. You could be right on that. But yeah, this is so Frankenstein experiment. I don't even know what to say. And this is what I need to. Yeah, this is required for American Zombie. We need this. We need the food section, and we need the pollution section, because the pollution is, I mean, come on, 45,000 gallons of nuclear waste. They actually are. How could you even contemplate that? And somebody's getting paid off. And now, what outside food can I trust to eat from? This is why I'm going to speak with that farmer. There's 2 farms. So from New York City, I'm like right in the middle of it, to where 3 hours west, there's a farm that a guy is selling the beef. And I'm gonna ask him, how far can you ship? And I'll look for other things. So on the show, I'll give you guys options to say, okay, this guy sells beef from his personal farm. Him and his wife actually own the farm. So it's 3 hours west of here. And then I think about 2.5 hours east on Long Island, there's another farm in Amagansett, which is, I think, a little bit past the Hamptons. And he claims to have all natural fed, stuff. I'd have to talk with him. He's, and what's messed up is when you got these guys, they get into politics. I'm like, look, man, you're a farmer. Keep politics out of this. Like the guy out east by the Hamptons, I think he's a little bit, on one side, and the guy out west is, I think, on a different side. But I'm like, hey, do you have clean meat so I can recommend it to people to go to a business that's actually selling something that isn't a crap burger? I would think like the safest way to make a burger is to buy the full cut of meat and put it in a grinder, and don't have the butcher grind it, because now you're using the public grinder. In some stores, they have coffee, right? The beans, and they have the grinder there. You can grind it. I'm like, I'm not using the public grinder, because my friend was like, oh, I bought coffee and I grind it. I'm like, so you're using the public grinder? I'm like, why can't you? I said, spend $20, buy a little grinder and grind it at home. And you don't want to buy ground coffee because they got filler in it. They're allowed to. So these are the things also that I'll be presenting. Like if we were to open a cow farm that makes milk, so milking cows, right? When we know the laws to that, we learn more stuff of what's in the food that we're eating now. I think they allow a teaspoon of cow's blood into like a quart of milk. There's like or it's either a quart, half gallon, or gallon. So basically the fact that you can get cow's blood in the milk because it's on such a large scale. And the vegetables, yeah, you're right, Alexa. The vegetables just as badly zombified. Yes, they are. The saddest thing with the vegetables is like what I was saying with the wine and stuff. They make the bottle of wine, but they're never thinking that the pesticides that was sprayed on the wine, that's in the bottle. That's in the grapes. So you're getting the hidden ingredients. Now we have vegetables that are genetically modified. I had posted a picture. I'll look for them again. I think it was
Hybrids. Yeah, the hybrids.
Yeah, the hybrids. And then also it was the statistics were saying over 90% of corn is GMO. So when you go to eat a corn chip, if it's not an organic corn chip, you get an atrazine, the pesticide. You could possibly be getting a GMO ingredient in there. If you look, and I showed it, I'm going to clarify the pictures. I got to make them a little better so it comes in closer. You can see on the ingredients, on many store ingredients, it says uses bioengineered ingredient, contains a bioengineered ingredient. So they're using different words instead of saying it's GMO. Oh no, it's bioengineered. Same thing, basically. Genetically modified organism, bioengineered ingredient. They're so slick. They're so slick that we have to do our own research. And that's why I created this channel, Scribe and I, the name, it is what it is. American Zombie. I mean, and what America does, the world does. So we have the and Vegan Skeptic, thank you. He said, and that's not even counting the parasites, microplastics, antibiotics, hormones.
Ooh, disgusted.
And bioaccumulated toxins animals collect for years before slaughter, followed by stress hormones. Thank you, man. That is so true. Vegan Skeptic, it's brutal, man. It's brutal.
And on top of that, like the hybrid thing, I'm saying that there's always a when they split the molecule on the what do you call it, the starch, when they add the starch molecule to the vegetable, where now it's used to be a yam or what they call a sweet potato, now it's a white potato, and then now it's artificial and that's full of starch, just like the white rice versus the original brown and black rice. So there's always like a starch counterpart to what the original was, which is alkaline from the earth, which is usually darker color. And now there's a white version of that, which is the white rice, the white potato, the white, all those different starch versions of that original thing. And it's crazy because you're basically eating starch and you're frying it up eating it, and there's no nutrient factor to it whatsoever. So it's nuts that we think that we're eating vegetables and stuff. Is that a hybridized vegetable, or is that like a celery that's not even original, or the carrot's original? The original colors was purple on a carrot, wasn't orange. So we're looking at all this. And just back when the American Indian, look at the corn. What color was the corn? It wasn't bright yellow. It was right. It was a mixture of the dark colors. So when you see the original versus the fake, it's like, wow, man, the original looks original, the fake looks fake. It's like brightly colored, pesticide, all this stuff to make it last longer, look better. And you're eating this thing that has nothing in it because it's been hybridized.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Why though? Yeah.
Why though?
What's up,
How's it
MD?
going, Wider? What's going on?
Yeah,
Scribe, Plague, Mr. Rice, how's everybody doing?
yeah, good, man. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
all right. Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good to see you guys, man.
Likewise, yep.
Yeah,
Chilling. How was y'all's Thanksgiving?
Whew.
Okay,
You-
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, just same.
You seem like you had the best one. I'm not gonna lie, I seen your IG, man.
Yeah, I was drinking some Coronas.
Oh
MD,
yeah, I know.
so,
I know y'all was turned up.
yeah. But no,
Yeah.
I try to keep it to like one or two. It's still horrible for you. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna downplay it. The alcohol is arguably like one of the most poisonous things you could
You know who
drink.
should be on here right now? Bama. Bama
Damn,
needs to be on here. He needs to be
and
on
he
here right now,
drinks
man.
and he drinks straight liquor, and that's I
Hennessy
don't
and
even drink that.
cognacs. Yep. Yeah, the
I don't even drink that
cognacs.
because I can't hang. Like it'll knock me out. But yeah, it's horrible for you. Like so, but
I hope you,
it's more socially acceptable than anything else.
Yeah. It's the best cope. It's one of the best copes.
yeah. If it's socially acceptable, you gotta watch out. Anything socially acceptable is you already know zombie food, zombie acceptable.
Zombie except.
Yeah. And Alexis says, MD, why can animals eat raw meat and drink from any outside water, but we get sick for doing so? Now, this is a deep question because when we look at it, it shows us just how domesticated we've been. We seem to be very engineered. There was a researcher that said if you look at certain animals like a horse or a chimpanzee, if they were to get cut, like a gash, their body will heal that without stitches to an extent, a much further extent than if we get cut. If we get cut in certain ways, if we don't stitch it up and cleanse it, it'll get infected and we can die. Animals can heal that in the wild. Like you'll see animals like just, it'll fill up and then it'll start to heal and it'll be good. So it shows us how fragile in a way we are compared to these animals. Just like you're saying, it's a great question. Why?
But there's also tribes. Remember that they go study their feces because they want to see what they're eating, and they contain a special thing because they're eating certain stuff. And if we feed them our food, they'll die pretty quickly. Give them sugar, give them rice, white rice, all that. They're not going to last. So our food's their poison, and it could be the reverse. Like they can eat stuff we can't eat. As far as animals and stuff they hunt. Like we're just built different. Like there's a different thing there, and it seems like we've been bred to live off this artificial stuff versus,
Yeah. And they have antibodies like a crocodile, right? You say, okay, how can a crocodile just eat anything basically? How does the crocodile that's taking dumps in the river and then the antelope comes by and drinks water from the river? And you're right, Alexis. You say, well, how can they drink from these things? But we'll get sick. We'll get sick and possibly die if we drink from stuff like that. You're looking at a really painful couple of days or even shorter, and then you're ended. They have certain antibodies, like the crocodile's blood has stuff that just kills off bacteria on another level. I mean, it's like insane. These other animals too that drink from these watering holes, just a puddle of dirt, basically a puddle of dirt, and they're drinking from it. Dogs and cats even drink. Now they can get sick, but they have immune systems that are made to fight that. Some humans, tribal, have strong immune systems. They can't go to the extent that animals go to, but they're stronger than the humans that are more domesticated in the cities. So we have that. Like we do see cats and dogs doing stuff like that. Animals, when you look at how even domesticated ones, they're constructed and built in a much more resilient way to where they can handle that. They can still get sick and they can still get ended. Like dogs, you have to be careful. For some reason, some of them can't sense the antifreeze. If a dog sees antifreeze and lick it up, it'll taste, they say it has like a sweet taste, and the dog will be ended. It's odd. And remember, these are domesticated animals. A wolf might be able to smell that and not drink it. I don't know if they can, but the fact that we know both of them can drink from a puddle, which we can't really drink from, we'd get sick and possibly be ended. They can because of what they have, the immune system, the antibodies, and the structure that allows them to heal in a much quicker and more solid way than we do. Like when you see a dog get sick, what does it do? It doesn't eat. It lays down and it stays quiet until it feels better or it passes. Scribe had mentioned this to me many times. He said, when you're sick, you don't eat. You got to cleanse your body. And that's the way the body heals. If you're eating all the time, the body will kind of be clogged. I'm a rice fan skeptic. Rice, I heard rice, even brown rice, black rice, all rice. Rice contains a bacteria. So when you have the rice dried, right, before you boil it, when you boil it, you have to eat that rice within, I think, within like 30 minutes. Because as it sits out, the bacteria that the rice had on it that you can't get rid of really grows extremely quick. It grows extremely quick. Like if you put rice in the fridge and it, to cool it, they say you're supposed to cool it down quick. Like you shouldn't put it. It's so cumbersome to mess with rice. It's better off just not messing with it. But rice will start to get to a point where sometimes it'll get stringy. That's the bacteria growing on it. You can't, you'll get sick by eating that. And as that builds up, who knows what's going to happen to the body. Rice, I don't think, old rice. And old rice is rice that's 3 hours old, 4 hours old. So the immune system will fight a lot of that. But think of all you're putting the immune system through. If you keep putting your immune system through that, you're not really giving it time to defend itself. And it could be, vegan. I would say, you don't have to eat meat every day. I mean, but it definitely,
What do you think about a vegan diet? I actually had to ask you a question on that.
Yeah, I was vegan and vegetarian for a while. I mean, I eat a little meat now. I'll eat eggs, but organic. And thank you, Plasma Void. I appreciate that. It says Cool Stream Max. Thank you for listening. Thank you, man. I will eat, like I was vegetarian for a while, and then I was like, okay, I went back to eating organic cheese, and then I went to eating the organic eggs, which I do eat now. And then I'll eat some organic fish, like wild caught fish. It'll be canned, so I'm still getting the BPAs and the microplastics most likely, a little bit. I'm kind of limiting it, so I'll use hummus, so I don't use mayonnaise or anything. For the bread, which I got to get off the bread. Scribe's right. I mean, bread's a drug, but at least I eat like a sourdough type. So
Yeah, I'm
that's
gonna say sourdough's a good option.
I never liked it that anyway. I'm like, sorry, I'm sorry. I never liked it that. I'm like, this is bruh. Like lemons was put on the shit.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't eat a lot. I have to admit that. Like I was gonna eat something tonight. I'm hungry right now, but I really don't want to eat nothing. You shouldn't eat too late. If I do eat something, I might even if I drink a little bit of soup. I have like some vegetable broth. When you eat something too close to sleep, you don't actually, it doesn't digest fully. And I've noticed when I eat close, when I eat close to I sleep, I wake up hungry. If I go to bed to where I'm a little hungry, I wake up, I'm not hungry. So like, and Ezekiel bread is good. That's sprouted bread. It tastes kind of like cardboard. It's a hard eat, but it is the healthiest bread. Yeah, and right. Yeah,
MD,
yeah.
I don't know if you ever like had an like addiction to food, but I like the chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A and then Taco Bell.
Of course.
But
With Taco
but then
Bell. Chicken sandwich?
no, the Taco Bell tacos.
Oh, okay,
But
okay, okay.
but yeah, like you start to look into it, and it's like 40% like filler. Like the meat's not even 100% ground beef, and they have like those,
Salt
like you said,
MSGs.
yeah, like I said, the biochemicals that are made in the lab to where like they're super addicting, and I can't stop
Yeah,
eating it. But I
extreme.
used to,
Yeah, no.
and
Oh, you don't eat the chicken anymore? That
no, not Taco Bell, because
yeah.
like
The Chick-fil, they say, has a little over 70 ingredients in the Chick-fil filet chicken.
it's really good though, to be honest. But yeah,
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 no.
yeah.
Well, somebody did a thing on it, and he actually he had a pretty funny video, and he goes, yeah, he goes, they really are flipping birds over there. Like bird being a name for a drug package. They is one instance they're saying over 70 ingredients in there. The other one was Chick-fil used to say that I think they don't use antibiotic chickens, but now they went back to using them. There was something recent. I got to look that up again. So there's things changing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. My grandpa from Mexico, he's like a farmer and he has chickens in his farm. and he's come over and he says like the chickens here are way bigger. He says it's unnatural. And he says that they
Yeah,
feed them pills because in his ranch he has chickens, but they're like the size of like both your hands. Like that's
yeah,
how they're
yeah,
supposed to look.
yeah. Exactly. They're not. These chickens are like it's as if they're on steroids or something, man. It's just
And
That's
ridiculous.
exactly what it
that's what he
is.
said. He said that they feed them certain pills to grow
Yes. Yeah.
twice.
Filler. They feed them feed. It used to be you couldn't have arsenic in the feed, but now they changed the law a while ago where you can. And that's what gives it a little bit of a pink color to the flesh, which arsenic is not acceptable at any level. But they passed the law, and now it fattens them up quicker. I mean, it's just Franken chicken basically, and
Franken chicken. Yeah,
yeah,
that was
it, it
creative.
it's crazy. I mean, and I have to admit, I didn't eat chicken for like 20 years. I was in Brooklyn and I was starving, and at my friend's store, and I went to the Jamaicans and got some jerk chicken, and it was good, but I might have been eating Franken chicken, man. So finally, after 20 years of not eating chicken, I did break down and eat some possible Franken chicken. Um, and unless if I'm eating even organic chicken has parasites and stuff. Alexis says, MD,
Really?
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's so messed up when you get into the food thing, bro. You might go vegan. You might go straight fasting.
Nah, I can understand. I kind
MD, I
of
think the worst one is, in my opinion, the crappy patties. Because I used to love going to Whataburger, but then once I
Waterburger in
realized,
Bro,
Texas.
crap patties are so. I was a crap patty zombie in the early
I
90s,
never heard of that though. Crap pat. What's
bro.
that?
The crap, the burgers, the
it's
crap
it's base
burgers.
Oh,
it's basically
oh,
mystery meat, bro. Like they be telling you it's
yep.
100% ground
Inside
beef.
Waterburger?
You, uh, I would argue like every single one, like even Wendy's and
Oh,
McDonald's.
okay.
Like I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but like, bro,
Yeah,
like
They're all
there's no way they're all 100% meat. I feel like
nah.
someone be having like horse and donkey and like all
You
these
don't know
like
what's in there. You
possibly
don't know.
yeah,
And this,
maybe.
of course, for YouTube guidelines, this is our opinion, but a lot of
this
it,
is opinion.
yeah, a lot of it comes out to be very like a real life zombie movie. Alexis says, MD, do mid to high class restaurants also make crap food we should avoid, or can they be trusted? I don't think they can be trusted because there are a lot of videos too that talk about the restaurants, even these ones that consider themselves um high quality, they've been caught using the meat glue. So and they'll use their high quality status to sell a fake steak that is made up of other parts and glued together with meat glue. Meat glue is made from, it's like a powdered blood plasma that when they add water to it, it sticks the pieces of meat together seamlessly, and you'll think it's a piece of steak. It's crazy, man. It's like, so
And
I would say, right? And I'm going to do a special on this, on meat glue and all of these
Mhm.
stuff. I'm so glad you guys are asking these questions because this is what
MD,
Yeah, but
survived.
about this Salt Bay guy. Remember the Salt Bay guy? The guy who ruined
Yeah,
the
I
World
know
Cup
something.
where he
The
was
turkey
with the
guy.
baby and stuff, selling like $2,000 tomahawk steaks. It's like
Yeah,
it's
we'll go
just
on it.
an $80 steak for $2,000, and people buying it. Yeah.
Yep.
putting
Yeah,
gold on them
man.
as well. I wanted to touch on
Mm.
the the alcohol one because in the construction like trade like business, you see a lot of these guys drinking and they start drinking at a very early age. And one of the side effects I see is they start getting white hairs and like in their 20s because it just it's poison. And then you see like you take a good look at their face and like it almost starts like eating away like their flesh like from the inside out because it does take a toll on you.
Whoa, liquor?
Yeah,
Tequila?
liquor, beer. Yeah, and these guys, but you got to understand, like these guys drink like every other day. Yeah, tequila,
Yeah, no,
beer, like
I've worked with a few people from Central America and Mexico. Yeah, I know. Yes, yeah, it's a lot of Coronas. Like a whole pal. See them. I'll go to the store with them. They'll order like freaking. They'll order a whole pack, like a 24 bottle pack, and I'll be like, And I'll be like, you can finish that in a week. They said we can finish this in 2 hours. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yep. That's
Uh,
why I say, man, it's like the stream title, man, could be some type of possession in those bottles, and we don't know. I mean, when you look at what people act like, they say, I don't know what got into me. I wasn't acting like myself.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. You're right.
And then they drink and then okay, let's go get a Whataburger. And now just think of the name Whataburger. Like what is in the burger? Like what and like I said, I was a burger zombie. But I mean, you know what got me off for eating crap burgers, man? One day in like the late 90s, 96, 97, McDonald's had the 99-cent burger. So I was like, all right, let me get two crap burgers, right? And I went outside and I sat in the car and because I was just so zombie, I didn't even I was like, I'm gonna eat it like right when I sit down and be driving and eating a crap burger. But I took a couple bites, I'm eating it. And as I got halfway into the half part of the burger, I bit down on like something like a black rock, like a black knuckle or some
I
shit.
know what you're talking about, yeah.
Man, I spit it out, threw the burger away. I didn't even go in and ask for my money back. I said, let me get a chicken burger. Bought the chicken, ate that, and was like, okay, for the next year, I didn't eat burgers. And to the date, after 1 year, I said, you know what? Let me get another crap burger. And the same thing happened.
Another zombie thing. Oh, poor MD. They say that now I'll say the rock thing, they say that it's like a cancer or something
I
like
think
that.
I think it was like a knuckle. I just got the feeling it was like a cow.
Knuckle.
I mean, I bit this. I went back and got another burger a year later. The 99-cent thing was there again.
Yeah.
And the same spot. I bit in, and that was it. That was like 97. And I was like, I'm done with this, right?
Yeah.
Ate chicken for a little bit, and then I went straight vegetarian, and then I went vegan to where I wasn't even nothing with milk, even if it had a milk
See,
ingredient.
that ruins your experience until you have a good burger. See, with 99 cents, it's like you don't know what you're gonna get there. I mean,
It's
that's
a good
wow.
burger. Yeah, like the
You
movie.
gotta get a good crap burger,
You get
man.
some of that Wagyu burger in there. You know what I'm saying? Some of that Kobe burger.
Quality crap
Burger,
burger. You gotta get that
quality crap.
Like, look, man, it's like I only eat quality crap, man. Like, and I gotta
You
admit,
see how you treat those cows in Japan? I mean,
yeah,
it's
no,
crazy.
and you know what? I went over 20 years because it's 2025 now without eating crap burgers, right? And then Steve was like, "Yo, what's up? Let's get something to eat." I was like, "All right, man." I said, "But because I don't really I don't eat at restaurants." But all right, he's paying. I'm like, all right, if we go to a good place, like there's a burger place that sells like chicken and stuff, and it's all organic. So I was like, all right, but we weren't close to that. So I'm like, man, and we went to go see this girl we know that works in this shop, this crystal place, and she's like, oh yeah, the thing right on the corner there is good, and I'm like, man, I don't know. So he's like, nah, come on, man. So he didn't want to look around. So I'm like, man, I get drug in there. And I'm sitting there and I said, look, we shouldn't eat in a place that also sells alcohol, like those places with the bars. But, all right, you with zombies, and he knows about American Zombie. He knows about the book and all. He was the one that was pushing the book most for me.
Wow.
And yeah, and he's like, look, man, come on, let's. So I'm like, all right. So I tell the lady, look, she's like, look, don't worry, you safe, right? So she's like, all right. So I'm like, man. So I look on the menu. And I haven't eaten burgers for 25 years, a little more. And they got the just what Scribe said. It's not the Kobe. It's the Wagyu, the Wagyu. Yeah, that's supposed to be the best, right? Like
Wagyu.
Yeah, so
Kobe's
now
the
this,
best, but Wagyu, Wagyu is the type, yeah.
yeah. So I'm looking and because I heard about it from other friends, and I'm saying now I'm
A
looking.
lot of that it's fake though. I mean, unless you're eating the real one, like how much did it cost? That
It was a
kind of tell you if it's the real
$25 burger. You think it might have been
That's
real?
expensive shit, man.
It might have been like mid, probably low mid.
Yeah, it
That's
might have
probably
been
not.
mid. So
That's
because
not
when
gonna.
I split up,
That's gonna be like less than A1, not even A2.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't. Well, it was $25 burger.
A5 is the best, and that would be like $100 burger at least.
Well, all right, it could have. I mean, it could have been second
Bro,
class, but
$50 $30 for a burger is crazy, man. But yeah, go ahead. That's
yeah, and so I ordered it, and you know what? It was good, man. And it wasn't crap burger like when you eat a burger, you see it's all mashed up meat together. It was
yeah.
more of like it wasn't as mashed up. It was like bigger pieces
Yeah,
of
it's
meat.
porous. You can see the actual meat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was like, and you know what? It was good, and it came with a little bit of mystery fries. So I ate some of the mystery fries, and so I ate the burger and the mystery fries. She was like, you want? I was like, nah, I didn't get the cheese. I said, look, I just want the burger, just the burger and the mystery bun, and yeah, it was good, man. It was good. Yeah, and I figured, okay. And I forgot what he got, but yeah, we ate that, and it was good, man. It filled me. I was like, something. I was kind of wanting to get another one of those, but
Ooh.
I didn't want to spend the $25. I mean, he treated me to that.
Every once in a while, it's worth it. So you're like,
Every
yeah,
once in a
every
while,
once in a while.
yeah.
I mean, even self, like you said, a real Wagyu would have probably been like $100 burger,
Damn.
Yeah,
This
if it was
house
the
is
real
crazy,
stuff.
man.
I mean, that's like the best. Yeah, the best of the
That's
best
the
And
burger.
creme de
if
You
you
want
creme.
that.
another thing too, if you're eating something of that quality, I can't. You're not supposed to eat it on the bun. It was supposed to just be the steak on the plate, really. And this place it was an okay, nice place. It was more like a pub restaurant, and it was nice. It was decent. They had an Italian restaurant. I didn't want to go in there because I just knew it was going to be very high price, and I didn't want to have them spend a lot of money like that. But a couple of like a week before that or 2 weeks before that, we went to see a friend of mine, and she worked at a place that was like 2 blocks away from this restaurant. Like we walked around, and it was a Vietnamese cuisine. And I have to admit, the food was pretty good. I got like a little piece of mystery chicken, and it was like grilled, and then it had the soup with the rice noodles, and it had like what else? It had like something else I think I ate. And actually, I would have rated that restaurant like really good. And I don't eat at restaurants, man. I have not eaten at restaurants in a long time. The only thing that used to get me to eat at a restaurant was women, and that I stopped eating at restaurants a long time ago. But every now and then I get caught out there in the zombie apocalypse, man. Nobody's immune. Everybody has a little bit of zombie. Like vegan skeptic seems to be very strict, so I got to give them a lot of credit. I got to give them a lot of credit. But we get yeah, we all nobody's perfect, and also we all know that with society, it just shows us how it just shows us how susceptible we are. And if we're hungry, oh man, you already know. If you're hungry for what, you might just be eating a crap burger. I can't fault anybody for that. We're all trying hard to survive and prevent from becoming fully zombified again. Because we all we can remember times in our life where we were straight zombie. I remember when I was eating McDonald's and just straight zombie. So yeah, man.
Especially growing up in like where you're from, New York or Atlanta, LA, inner
Oh yeah,
cities
it's
and
just
things.
surrounded by
Yeah,
zombies.
man.
Yeah,
Versus
it's like
rural areas,
yeah, especially if a zombie is going to treat you to zombie, like that gets you to be like, I might eat some zombie
Yeah.
food. Like yeah, free zombie, free
Free
zombie
zombie.
food.
Yeah, free. Yeah. They say
And
Despacito
today
got
I
free
almost he was gonna do some breakfast today, and then I was like, he was like, yo, what's up? I'm gonna get some bread. And I was like, man, where are we gonna go? And I was like, you know what? I was like, nah, I'm gonna chill. I made my organic egg on sourdough with hummus, and and I was good. So I was just like, because he eats out a lot, and he does eat at good places, but I don't think there's any good places. Like what Alexis had asked me earlier about, is there any good places? And you can't trust a lot of high-end restaurants. You can't trust no restaurants. It's very, and I'm still getting caught out there recently from, not isolating myself, and you can only isolate yourself so much. So it's like I would have to like really, really, yeah, I'm back on, zombie, I'm back on non-zombie stuff because, I fought it today and said, you know what, I'm just going to eat my egg. I'm going to do my egg, instead of, because I see, okay, I'm putting my butter in the pot, in the pan, and, you know, cooking my egg, and then, toasting the bread, and I'm eating that. And then I get a little zombie coffee, that I make. And even though sometimes I'll get off the coffee and I'll get back on, but I got off it for a little while just recently, a day or two, and I started getting the withdrawals. Yeah.
Withdrawals from coffee?
Yeah.
Damn,
If
coffee
you
must be a
stop,
drug for real. No, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, coffee's a drug, man. Coffee's a drug.
Yeah, my
Yeah, but
mom.
handling, yeah, doing your own food, yeah, man, it just it's the best. You know what you're getting,
Yeah,
and I didn't know it was good. Yeah, because I heard it's got some detriments too, but also you have to get your own coffee. I think the one I got is organic, and it's the beans. So I'm drying. I'm grinding the coffee. So it I see what it is.
Well, indeed, they say America runs on Dunkin'. And what does Dunkin' have? Coffee. Zombies, man.
Yeah, Dunkin'
Get all
Donuts,
the
man.
logos.
Yo, Dunkin' Donuts is such a drug. I used to be a Dunkin' Donuts zombie a little,
Oh,
man,
not
back in the day.
Starbucks.
Yo, Dunkin' Donut, the sugar and the the wheat, because you're getting crazy zombie stuff on that.
Yeah,
Crazy zombie stuff.
they're crazy expensive too. Them in Starbucks and stuff. I avoid those places, man. You'll run up $30 for some small ass shit. Rather go to my house.
Yeah, and I feel, I mean, Alexis posed a great question. It's like, do mid to high class restaurants also make crap food, and told them they can't be trusted. Like, even though they can't be trusted, I still trusted them to an
I mean, I'd
extent.
say it would depend. I wouldn't say every single one. I mean, I'd say it
I'd say
depends on, if you
most
know the
exactly.
owner, like if you know the owner and you know where he gets his stuff, I mean, that would obviously help a lot
True,
too. If
true.
It
you know they
helps a
wear
little.
gloves and all that.
Yeah, it definitely helps a little. There's a few places, but just to be honest, even if I'm zombieing a little, at least I gotta give them the truth answer. Where, yeah, it's
I would say all chains, yes,
it,
chains
it,
definitely. But if it's like a
I
mom and
mean,
pop place, you have a better chance if it's
I
mom and
mean,
pop.
even that, man. It's like it's
Wait,
just
what about
not
mom and pop, MD? Go ahead.
well, like a personally owned one, just one
Yeah.
store. I still don't know, man. I think nothing is beating cooking the food at home. And I know it's tough. I know when you're out there, it's like it's a tough call, man. It's a tough call. But if you want to stay, the safest place to be is making your own food. And that still we know is not totally good enough. You got to make sure that what you're buying at the supermarket is correct, because you don't want to buy crap burger, because people could buy some ground beef at the supermarket. All ground beef at the supermarket is going to be crap burger. So
You
yeah,
need to go like a farmer's market or some sort of thing
you
like
have
that.
you'd have to know the farmer. If you're going to eat the burger, if you're going to grind the meat, I mean, if I'm getting the meat, I'm not going to grind it up and make a burger. I'm just going to make the meat, and I haven't cooked beef steak or whatever in like over 20 years. It just, I might as well just eat something, light. But yeah, man, it's a fight every day. It's a fight every day. And Sons of God is right, man. It's right. They might have cooked it in the oil. Yeah, they might have did the veg oil. Honestly, it's like, how do they probably did. At least I got the Wagyu beef thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one, man.
That's the hardest
Zombie.
because a lot of the food stuff is like indulgence, especially if you're quitting smoking and alcohol and these other things that you're left with just eating.
Mhm.
That's and you're trying to hit
Yeah.
that dopamine effect, and eating's all you have left, and that's a tough one. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
All I can say is try to, if you do eat some garbage, let your body try to digest it and try to not, consume it like crazy. Where just the soda alone makes you want to eat more, and the McDonald's thing, whatever ingredients they use, wants you to, keeps you kind of wanting more and stuff. So a lot of that is, psychological. So
Yeah. Yeah.
because
No.
if you go through the hunger pangs, just like smoking, like the first week is really hard, or the first day is really hard, or if you just stop and you go through the hunger pain for a little while, it just goes away. Like you said, then you wake up the next morning, you don't even feel like
Mhm.
eating. So it's like it's almost like a trick. It's like if you get past that trick where it's pretending that you want to eat, you don't really have to eat, and you don't eat, you can actually go for much longer without eating, and not have that sensation until later. Yeah,
They
Yeah.
say fasting helps with that. You're right.
yeah, it goes like in stages. You have to go like there's a process to it. It's like you can't just do it instantly
Yeah,
and
like most
just
people think they
be able to
can.
do it
Yeah.
easily. It's like at first it's hard because you want to eat. Yeah.
It's crazy, man. It's like we're dealing with some high level. I mean,
Yes.
Sanctuary Seeker, man. Good to see you, brother. Salute. Yeah, I definitely, I kind of feel like it's very hard we can minimize it. And like, yeah, to answer Alexis, it's like, yeah, man, that, I'm saying, I don't think none are going to be able to be trusted, but, um, it just, yeah, and the vegetables, man, it really has me like, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. It really, also because zombie food is is addictive. It's very addictive. A part of me says, um, it's like we're addicts to this stuff, and we're going to be susceptible. But I hear what you're saying. Like, I there are going to be some restaurants like Scribe is saying that's a little better. Like that organic place that had the chicken stuff. It was a whole piece of chicken. You could see it. Yeah, like if you have to eat out. Like why those saying sometimes you're gonna break down and eat a chick filler. But yeah, man, just to because I thank you for the questions, man. Definitely. Yeah, it's a
Well, you
tough
said you
call.
had a friend that broke out of like something he paid for to supposedly, help
Yeah,
his
yeah.
diet, and then he
He
walked to
paid,
go get a chicken fillet.
bro, he
Brutal.
paid, I think it was 14 grand for like I think it was like 16 days at a retreat in Florida. And it
Retreat.
was and it was a place where people go to heal. And what they do is they'll only be able to eat certain, like he told me they were basically feeding him sprouts and like
What?
plain farina, in the morning, like no type of nothing, just I'm talking plain, to where he was losing it
They're
after about
starving
3 or 4 days. But he
They're
said
starving
he was feeling better though,
Oh,
because he was having a problem. It's like saying he wasn't feeling good and all that, but he said, look, after a few days of like basically getting starved and only eating like lettuce or like some type of greens, and then he goes, he lost it after about 5 days. He snuck out,
yeah,
and
I was just about to say I would have had to snuck a burger. I was
yeah,
just thinking that.
he walked like 5 miles and
Damn.
got to a Chick-fil-A, ate it, and then came back, and then I think he was good for the next time he was there. And he said one guy worked there, had like, when he was eating the morning farina thing, he had some blueberries. He goes, look, I'm gonna hook you up with some blueberries. So like getting hooked up was getting blueberries like in your oatmeal or something. And when you
Wow.
eat Leah light like that, like, because what it was like a place where you're in this resort, so you're not going to be able to get nothing else. And then you sit there and you go to lectures all day, and then they'll talk about, okay, we're gonna have lunch, like a salad, stuff like that. And yeah, he pulled a black ops mission, man. And yeah,
Black
but just to get a Chick-fil-A, man, the Chick-fil-A, that thing must be real addictive. Why those saying
Hell
that,
yeah.
you
I
still eat.
attest to it. No, you go. No, you go ahead. Sorry, I
Oh,
attest
you
to
ate
it.
it? You ate it?
I mean, bro, I'm not. Well, yeah. I mean, Chick-fil-A is actually based in Atlanta, so it's
How
a lot
was it?
over here, huh?
How was it?
Bro, Chick-fil-A that shit is addictive, man. Like that's like their bread and butter. That's like 80% of their ingredients, right? What do you call it, man? Recipes? That's like 80% of their recipes, man, on the
Yo,
list.
sons of God, he calls it sick filet. Yeah, that is, he,
Chick-fil-A, yeah. But I mean, I don't eat it that much. I kind of calmed down off the chicken and kind of went more to a pescatarian kind of thing, seafoods and stuff, whatnot.
yeah, it is fire, man. I've heard people say that it is like, it's addictive, man. It's addictive.
No, Chick-fil-A was one of the really smart ones. I remember when I was in Austin, like all their campaigns and all their billboards had like the cow trying to save themselves, or like save the cows, eat more chicken, and the poor cow is like hanging off the thing, and stop eating the cow and eat chicken. It's more healthy, whatever. So I mean, it's really smart the way they did that. Yeah,
Wow.
and they're the only ones that do like they pressure cook their I guess the breasts and all that stuff. So it's not like KFC,
You know what I
or
think
it's
is
not
the
as bad.
worst meat
Yeah.
though, guys, is actually pork. I think the one of the worst meats you can eat is pork, which is the hugest meat ate in like Texas and America. It's like pork. In other places too,
Yeah.
South America is pork. Ugh, I don't eat that shit at all.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. The hormones. How many hormones they pump in the thing? That's the thing you gotta look for too.
The parasites.
Yeah. Oh, and that's like the highest parasite one is the
Yep.
pork. That's the
Yeah.
highest one, man. And
When I got that Wagyu burger, she asked me if I wanted the bacon. It came with bacon, and I was like, "Nah, I'm good." I said, "Hold the bacon, hold the cheese." So just give me the bun with the
Yeah, it's all
burger.
about the beef on that one.
Yeah. So I figured, let me taste it. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I have to admit, it took, I mean, yeah, it's
Like going from
yeah,
McDonald's, that's like a big leap.
yeah. And Sons of God is right. I think it was over 70. I've heard some people say it's got 71 ingredients. Drew, he was telling me that. And yeah, definitely over 50. Yeah, it's like, I mean, that's a drug burger. It's a straight drug burger. And just or it's like a piece of chicken, right? The Chick-fil-A one is probably like what, like a fillet of chicken or something?
Well, they actually use breasts and stuff, and they'll soak it in pickle juice for a while. And the other stuff, I don't know, but they'll soak it in pickle juice and then just put in the pressure cooker, and that's how they're able to get the timing so fast for fast food, because everyone else just fries it in the regular. So that's like a big difference. So they're cleaner and they're
Mm-hmm.
I mean they've always been pretty straight up. I've always seen KFC the ones being like a lot more like dirty and using
Yeah.
all the Frankenstein tactics, whereas I don't think Chick-fil-A is as bad, but I'm sure they use there's something there. But I think they're Mormons, I think.
which is why
Yeah,
they
but
try
I
nah.
think they're Mormons.
it's Christian. I think it's because of Sunday and stuff. I think they're Christian.
Is it
But
Yeah.
Christian?
Yeah, I think
I mean,
Christian
they're decent at it.
Mormons are Christians, right? Like it's a type of Christian, right?
You're
Mormon.
probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
Wilder, you had some?
Yeah,
I
you've
didn't
been
know.
chilling.
I'm listening. I'm listening. But
That's
it's
what's
good
up.
conversation.
Yeah, the burger man. Yeah. Just if anybody got anything. Yeah. I just it's getting a little late over here. I just yeah, I appreciate everybody coming on, man. It just I'll look up some real stats. I mean, we talked about some really good stats here tonight. Alexis had some really good questions, man. He was rocking it. I mean, Vegan Skeptic had some good stuff. Oh, everybody, Calix, all of you guys, man. Sons of God, Sanctuary Seeker. I mean, I thank you guys for being here.
MD, just real quick. I know this is off topic, but that Luigi Mangioli guy, the one that did. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He was he's the one that
Yeah, the CEO thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
he deleted the
in New
CEO.
York, I think.
He went back to court, I think today or yesterday, and all these girls came through. All these like
Oh yeah, I think I
decent.
saw a whole bunch of chicks in the court. What was that about?
All I know is if he was sub 5, that wouldn't have happened.
Why?
Oh, it's true though. It's true.
Oh, he
But
was getting the Bundy treatment.
yeah, he was getting the bunny.
He was getting he was getting
I had a feeling because I was wondering. I said, "Man, that's kind of." I didn't see the whole video. I saw like maybe 30 seconds, and they were walking into the court, and I was seeing all these women, like I guess walking with like a paper or pass or something that they needed. And yeah, man.
Yeah, but that dude's cooked either way. But they
Yeah,
were
I
like, it's
mean,
still
yeah.
fascinating, you know.
No, it is. And thank you, Calix, man. I appreciate that, man. He said good, good show. I love listening to you guys, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And Vegan Skeptic, man, thank you too, brother. Yeah, I'll definitely have some more, like, more food stats. I'll have the pollution stats. And yeah, man, I'm gonna try to stream every day and make the show like a solid forward into searching for other survivors, because that's all we can do is search for other survivors in the zombie apocalypse that's here, bit metaphorically, of course. And thanks, man. Plague Doctor, Why Those Scribe, Mr. X came on stream as Varun.
Of course.
Yeah, man. Thanks, guys. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon, man. Take care. Have a great night.
You too.
Peace.